Chapter 555. Every silver dragon represented a heavenly thunder, and its power was unbelievably strong. With so many heavenly thunders exploding at the same time, the power was unparalleled. Under the intense energy fluctuation, the figure of rule was once again sent flying. After being repelled repeatedly, the figure of rule was in a sorry state. He glared at the three people in front of him and was about to spit fire. "Rules, listen to my command. Suppress." The figure of rule's voice was hoarse due to his anger, and his expression was distorted due to his ferociousness. As soon as he said that, the powerful rules of the ancient battlefield descended once again. The rules were like a huge net that covered the sky, appearing in the air and then came crashing down. Break. Chen, the devil ape, and the tyrant exerted their strength at the same time and unleashed a powerful attack. The world was filled with three rays of gold, silver, and black. Then, they slammed onto the huge net, and with a loud explosion, the huge net of rule was shattered. Seeing this scene, whether it was the people in the distance or the old antiques who were far away, they were all stunned. The ancient battlefield's rules were suppressed by the four humans in the air, and it was an absolute suppression. Ma! As soon as the huge net of rule was broken, the tyrant uttered a word of truth. As soon as the word of truth was uttered, a strange power spread out, and many of the air fighters in the distance felt their vision turn black, and they fainted immediately. Just the remnant power of the one-word mantra was enough to stun many of the imperial air cultivators. As the true attacker of the one-word mantra, the figure of the rule figure instantly dimmed and was almost shattered by this one word. "It's useless. I'm immortal." The figure of rule shouted. Swoosh. A monstrous killing intent swept out from behind him once again. It was another sure-kill attack. As the monstrous killing intent dissipated, the attack was completed. It was as fast as lightning. Puff. The illusory figure of rule was instantly split in half by the attack, and his body was split into two halves, left and right. Boom. The devil ape held the black rod and followed up in an instant. Monstrous black energy swept across the sky, and then it hit the figure of rule hard. In the violent explosion, the two figures that had just merged were once again blasted apart, and the illusory figure became blurry again. Thunder, fall. In the end, it was Chen who unleashed the true destructive attack. The heavenly thunder wings on his back suddenly trembled, and waves of extremely powerful destructive heavenly thunder surged out from within, and then rushed towards the figure of law. Numerous bolts of heavenly lightning exploded, and endless silver light engulfed the figure of rules. The destructive might of the heavenly lightning rippled, and that terrifying might made people tremble. Everyone stared at the sky in shock, looking at the silver light of the destructive thunder might. The group of antiques didn't dare to be distracted, and all of them focused their attention on this place. Could it be that he had really slaughtered the rules? The silver lightning finally dissipated, and the place where the figure of law had been was empty. Gone. Nothing was left. It was as if the rules had turned into dust. Dead. Dead. The rules are really gone. Heavens, they really destroyed the rules. Shocked voices continued to rise and fall. Destroying the rules of a world was no less than creating a legend. This was something that would be recorded in the annals of history, something that would be passed down by humans. These four Zephyrs were destined to become famous throughout the entire southern region. The four of them stood in the air, quietly looking at the sky. Their expressions didn't change at all. With the treasures on them, their perception was the clearest. The rules still existed. The rules were still alive. "Haha, do you really think you can destroy me?" A frivolous voice was heard, and the rules reappeared. The many negative expressions on his face disappeared, and his eyes were full of mockery. "Who am I?" He looked at the four of them, and then his eyes swept across the group of Zephyrs in the distance. His mouth was full of mockery, and he said loudly, "I am the rules." "What are the rules?" No one answered him, and he didn't expect anyone to answer him. He continued, "The rules are the foundation of a world." "What is the foundation of a world?" "Ha, he represents being with the world." The figure of law's expression suddenly became crazy, and he said loudly, "As long as this ancient battlefield exists, I am immortal and indestructible. If you want to kill me, You will have to destroy this world first. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Who had the ability to destroy a world? If they had the ability to destroy a world, killing the rules would be a piece of cake. Why would they allow him to talk nonsense here? Looking at the arrogant rules in front of them, Chen and the others' faces turned pale, and they had a bad feeling. If the rules were really with the world and were immortal and indestructible, then they were done for. Zhong Haotian went into hiding again, ready to kill. At the same time, Monk Demon Ape also attacked the figure of law. They didn't believe it. Under the powerful attacks, the figure of law's figure was constantly scattered, shattered, and turned into nothingness. However, just like before, the figure would reappear every time. Moreover, he was so arrogant every time. Haha, ants, I am immortal. But you guys, let's see how long you can last. When you are exhausted, it will be the time for you to die. Haha. Your clamor makes Lord Zheng very unhappy. Take my pestle. Monk Demon Ape suddenly spoke, and as expected, he was unhappy. Then, he rushed in front of the rules with the demon-subduing pestle, and viciously struck the head of the other party. Boom! With a loud bang, the figure of law seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body swayed a few times in the sky. That arrogant expression on his face instantly turned into shock. Bang! But immediately after, the golden light on the demon-subduing pestle flashed again, and it struck the head of the figure of law again. This time, it made a louder sound. The stunned figure of law was still in a daze. Monk Demon Ape took the opportunity to strike the other party's head with the demon-subduing pestle, until the other party reacted and let out a scream, forcing Monk Demon Ape to retreat. To think that Monk Demon Ape would hit the head of the figure of law. Everyone in the sky was dumbfounded. While they were speechless, they were also looking down on Monk Demon Ape in their hearts. This guy didn't look like a monk at all. He looked more like a scoundrel with a ferocious look. Compared to the old monk from before, his state of mind was like heaven and earth. Knowing that he couldn't kill the rules, he chose to humiliate the other party. This monk really made people speechless. To the rules, being hit on the head was the most basic and direct humiliation. His arrogant expression had already turned green with shame and anger, and he couldn't help but roar at Monk Demon Ape. However, in the next instant, another muffled sound was heard. It was a pitch-black staff that struck the figure's buttocks. Before he could even roar, he was sent flying. Being hit on the head and spanked. Such humiliating means simply made people speechless. Not to mention the rules, even ordinary people like them wouldn't be able to bear such humiliation. You all. The figure of law was furious. His eyes were spitting fire, and he was about to curse. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. A bright silver light suddenly appeared in front of him, and after the silver light, there was a flash of golden light. Slap! A crisp and loud sound rang in the sky. The figure of law was slapped in the face and spun 3 times in the air. In front of the figure of law, Chen's heavenly thunder wings spread out behind him as he stood in the air opposite him. After 3 full circles, the figure of law stood in front of Chen again. Then, there was another flash of golden light, and Chen struck again. Slap! It was still as crisp and loud as before. The figure of law spun 3 more times. Boom! This time, the other party reacted. The monstrous power of law surged around him and suppressed Chen. However, as the heavenly thunder wings on Chen's back flapped, a silver light flashed, and he retreated at an extremely fast speed. Being hit on the head, spanked, and slapped in the face. Such humiliation made the figure of law scream 3 times. His body was emitting green smoke. Of course, this green smoke was also a kind of rule power. I didn't break you up. What are you screaming for? You're making me very unhappy. The monk stepped forward again and slammed the demon-subduing pestle on the figure's forehead. Amitabha. Good. Seeing such a crazy little monk, the old monk in the demon-subduing pestle was stunned. He frowned and chanted Buddha's name, almost forgetting to supply Buddha's power. Haha, old bald thief, it's a great misfortune for you Buddhists to have such a disciple. The old demon ape suddenly laughed and joked. Then, he saw the little demon ape holding the long rod and hitting the figure of Laws but again, directly sending him flying. The heavenly thunder wings behind Zi Chen flapped, emitting a bright silver light. Then, he rushed towards the figure of Law. Then, the golden light flashed again, and the figure of Law was slapped in the face. It was unrealistic to want to kill the other party. So, he tried his best to humiliate the other party. The power of each attack was not strong, but the effect was excellent and the sound was loud. The slapping sound was endless, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Unfortunately, it couldn't be slapped for a long time. He could only take the opportunity to hit a few times and then dodge quickly. Humiliation, real humiliation, real humiliation. The three of them attacked, no longer hoping to kill the figure of Law. Instead, they just wanted to humiliate the other party. Obviously, this method was easier and more energy efficient than before. It was also more satisfying. At this moment, the three of them were temporarily above the figure of Law. However, they couldn't completely destroy the other party. As a law, the other party was immortal and indestructible. Whether it was those existences in the distance or those in the dark, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. The powerful natural order was so easily suppressed by the three of them. Furthermore, it was humiliated in front of so many people. During this period, the old monk was shouting and smashing with the demon-subduing pestle, causing the old monk to say that it was good. The three of them took turns to humiliate the other party. They knocked on the head, hit the butt, and hit the face. They divided the work clearly and didn't attack each other. Occasionally, the figure of Law could resist, but soon, he would be drowned by the terrifying energy and his figure would be scattered. When he reappeared, he would be humiliated again. Too much, too much. The dignified power of Law, the strongest existence in the ancient battlefield, was being humiliated like this. That was what everyone thought. Chapter 556. As the natural order reappeared in the world, loud noises could be heard in the sky, shaking the entire ancient battlefield. Clearly, something big had happened. In the ancient battlefield, all major events were related to treasures. With such a huge commotion, the humans could not help but suspect that a supreme treasure had appeared in some ruins. Many ancient beasts guessed that a pure-blooded ancient beast had appeared, or that something related to a pure-blooded ancient beast had spread out, causing the world to shake. Therefore, the humans and beasts in the depths of the ancient battlefield all moved based on their guesses, heading towards the area where the tremors were coming from. Other than the ordinary ancient beasts, such a violent tremor had attracted the attention of many king-level ancient beasts, causing them to change their direction. This time, we must get there before them, Sky-devouring Wolf said faintly. Beside him was the wolf cub, while the old demonic leopard was on the other side. After entering the depths, they had successfully found the ancient medicine of life. After consuming it, they had regrown their limbs and regained their peak combat strength. During this period, the wolf cub had a fortuitous encounter and underwent a metamorphosis. Its combat strength was much stronger than before. It swore in its heart that once it returned, it would immediately look for the two humans and devour them on the spot. However, it was only a small gain for them. Therefore, they had to reach the battlefield before the other king-level ancient beasts so that they could obtain the ancient beast essence blood first. Zhong Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, made his move in the next moment. In the sky, a monstrous killing intent surged, and a sharp sword light flashed past. In front, Zhong Haotian's figure appeared. He was as cold as ever, and the light of the stone sword in his hand slowly faded. The human figure of the natural order felt a chill down his body. As he looked down, he almost fainted from anger. He saw that between his legs, the place that was supposed to be a human's lifeblood, had been cut off. Ah! The human figure of the natural order could not help but cry out in anger. Being knocked on the head, slapped on the face, and spanked on the buttocks. He could barely stand such humiliation. Now, the other party had used an even more ruthless move. To the power of the natural order, such an ordinary attack was nothing. After all, it was natural order, and it did not have human emotions. However, the other party was not purely of the natural order. He had integrated the will of a human into it. Of course, he knew the importance of that part. It was a continuation of a man's combat strength, and where the dignity of a man lay. In the distance, the group of people in the air were all dumbfounded. Such a method made them blush with shame. But soon, their expressions changed, and they felt a chill down their bodies. As for the women, after they understood what was going on, their faces immediately turned red. Zhong Haotian, who had always been cold and taciturn, shocked everyone when he made his move. Not only the others, but even Tyrant and Zi Chen were looking at him with strange expressions. What? Isn't this a humiliation? Isn't this enough? Zhong Haotian said coolly. He had always been a cold person. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use this kind of demeaning method. However, he was helpless. All the methods he could think of to humiliate them had already been used by the other three. In order to make the humiliation even more intense, he could only sacrifice himself for the greater good. Sure enough, this move shocked the entire crowd. It was without a doubt the strongest move among the four ascendants. When this move was used, the other three's humiliating methods were simply too weak. Light surged under the figure of rule, and then the part that had just disappeared was replaced. After all, the figure had a human's mind and felt that it was extremely abnormal to lose that part. However, after seeing Zhong Haotian's figure suddenly disappear, the figure of rule's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously closed his legs together and tried to tighten them. As a result, he, who was in mid-air with his legs clamped together, looked very strange. The people in the air who were watching the battle from afar wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, for fear of being killed by the power of rule. They could only hold it in, and each of them had a red face. Haha, hey, rule, what are you doing? Tyrant was the first one who couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. Then, he pretended to be serious and said, Rule, be more serious. We are in a battle of life and death. Please don't make weird postures to disturb me. After saying that, Tyrant couldn't hold it in anymore. He held the demon subduing pestle and laughed loudly. Zi Chen also chuckled. As for the demonic ape beside them, there were two kinds of laughter coming from its body. The other kind was extremely arrogant, and naturally, it came from the old demonic ape. Humiliation, this was the real humiliation. Looking at the scene before them and thinking about the actions of Tyrant and the others, it was simply too benevolent. Amitabha, good, good. The old monk in the demon subduing pestle repeatedly chanted the name of Buddha. In just a moment, he could already see that this successor was a little different. Rule, come on, let's continue the battle. While laughing, Tyrant suddenly held the demon subduing pestle and rushed in front of Rule. Then, when the other party was unprepared, he ruthlessly struck at his head, making a loud and clear sound. After hitting the target, Tyrant flashed back with a dissatisfied look on his face. He shouted at Rule, Rule, please respect your opponent and be more serious. Everyone was speechless. This damn monk wasn't very strong, but his means of insulting others were definitely top-notch. Die, all of you, die. The figure of Rule let out a roar. Around his body, there was a blazing flame of Rule, and black smoke appeared from his body. This was completely caused by anger. If he was a normal human, he would have vomited blood and died. Swish. At this moment, the towering killing intent rose up again. Sharp sword light flashed. After that, the human figure of the law once again felt a chill down his spine. Looking at the empty space between his legs, his vision turned black and he actually directly dissipated. What? The rule has dissipated? It's gone. To think that he would be angered to the point of dissipating. The eyes of everyone were filled with disbelief. Indeed, the figure of rule had dissipated after such humiliation. However, he did not dissipate and appeared once more. What's wrong? Looking for a beating again? Tyrant rushed up once more and smashed his demon subduing pestle wildly. By the time all the ancient beasts arrived, they saw the power of the energy grid appearing in the sky. This represented the power of the ancient battlefield, and was extremely strong. When the ancient beasts caught sight of it, their faces changed. That's a figure formed by the power of the energy grid. Holy *T. That's a true utmost powerful existence. Looking at the figure of rule, The ancient beasts exclaimed in shock. But soon after, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a bald monk suddenly rushing into the power of the energy grid. Even though the power of the energy grid was extremely strong, it did not kill him. Instead, he went straight for the head of the energy grid and gave it a vicious smack, causing the energy grid to be disoriented. How could this be? To think that the head of the unparalleled power of the energy grid would be smacked by a human, and to think that he could move freely within the energy grid. The ancient beasts could not believe what they were seeing. They thought that it was an illusion. But soon after, they saw a tall figure disregarding the energy grid at the same time. Using a long rod, he smacked the butt of the energy grid and even sent it flying. Are we seeing a ghost? Could it be that someone is using illusions? The ancient beasts blinked their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. By the time they opened their eyes again, the tall figure had already retreated. Instead, a winged human had appeared in front of the energy grid. Then, under the ancient beast's disbelief, the other party raised his palm towards the energy grid. Then, a crisp slap rang out. The sound of the slap struck their hearts. It was as though the slap was warning them that all of this was not an illusion. Smacking on the head, smacking on the butt, and slapping on the face. The powerful energy grid figure was unable to retaliate at all. The ancient beasts felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend this. But in the next moment, a sharp killing intent surged. A resplendent sword light flashed and disappeared. Then, the ancient beasts saw that the energy grid figure had lost a piece of his lower body. And that piece of his lower body was precisely the lifeblood of the human. Even his lifeblood was cut off. All the ancient beasts were stunned. Right now, they were seriously doubting whether the other party was truly an utmost powerful energy grid figure. How dare you humiliate me? I'll have all of you die later. The energy grid figure that was humiliated to the extreme let out a threatening roar. Then, the lower body that was cut off was restored once again. It's really the energy grid figure. Heavens, who are these people? They actually trampled on the energy grid figure. Seeing that the energy grid figure used to restore his lower body was the energy grid figure, the ancient beasts were completely shocked. The other party was truly a powerful energy grid figure, but he was trampled on by the human. The humiliation escalated once again. Then, it was purely trampling. Pairs of huge feet stomped on the energy grid figure in the air. The sound of the stomping was so loud that it shook the heavens and earth. Even the ancient beasts, who were using their spiritual senses to investigate the situation, were speechless. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of dread toward these weapons. To be able to suppress the energy grid figure in the air, it was obvious that these weapons were extraordinary. Since the other party was the energy grid figure, his strength was naturally very strong. Moreover, he could not be killed. At the very least, Zi Chen and the others could not do anything to him. After continuous humiliation and trampling, even Zi Chen and Tyrant lost interest. Suddenly, they turned their gazes and looked at the crowd in the distance. The long and intense battle had long attracted the attention of many humans. It had even attracted quite a number of ancient beasts. Amongst them, there were even king ancient beasts. Zi Chen's gaze ignored the humans and focused on the many ancient beasts. Among the many ancient beasts, he spotted the wolf cub right away. At this moment, the eyes of the little wolf were filled with astonishment. He had thought that after his metamorphosis, his strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to trample on humans and kill them at any time. But, he had not expected that the other party would have grown to the point where he could trample on the energy grid figure. A single thought was enough to kill him, and yet, he was trampled on by his opponent. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness rose in the heart of the little wolf. Suddenly, the little wolf sensed a dangerous aura. He then caught sight of those cold eyes of Zi Chen landing on him. Thunderbolt finger. Those cold eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Zi Chen formed hand seals and pointed out at the little wolf. Chapter 557. Seeing Wolf Cub, Zi Chen did not hesitate and attacked. Wolf Cub was an ancient beast and its blood essence was useful to him. Since it had a grudge against him, he had to kill it while he was still strong. The golden finger imprint was filled with destructive heavenly thunder aura as it headed towards Wolf Cub's forehead. Wolf Cub was terrified when it saw the finger imprint descending from the sky. After witnessing Zichen's strength, it no longer had any intention to fight back. Scram! Suddenly, devouring Wolf Cub roared and struck out with its claw. The huge claw imprint shone brightly as it struck towards the descending finger imprint. Blue light flashed as the claw imprint hit the golden finger imprint. As a king-level ancient beast, devouring Wolf Cub was strong. However, it was not strong enough to face Zichen. Blue blood rained down as devouring Wolf Cub's claw imprint was instantly pierced through by the golden finger imprint. At the same time, the golden finger imprint pierced through devouring Wolf Cub's sharp claws and headed towards Wolf Cub's forehead. Poof! As expected, the small wolf's forehead was pierced through by the attack. An endless amount of destructive power rushed into the small wolf's body through the wound, destroying the small wolf's soul. Wolf Cub's body fell to the ground. Its eyes were wide open and filled with shock and fear. Lin Fan was indeed an existence that could trample on the rules. He injured a king-level ancient beast and killed a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant with just one strike. Damn human! Give me back my son's life. Devouring Wolf Cub was enraged when it saw that Wolf Cub had lost its life. Murderous intent surged around it as it displayed its king-level aura. Zichen's cold eyes landed on devouring Wolf Cub, who was about to go berserk. He pointed his golden finger at Wolf Cub and shouted, "Thunder, descend." Following his cold words, a terrifying heavenly thunder descended from the sky and struck devouring Wolf Cub with immense thunder aura. Devouring Wolf Cub let out a blood-curdling scream as the endless thunder aura destroyed its body. The thunder aura dissipated. The heavenly thunder did not kill devouring Wolf Cub, but it did injure it severely. At this moment, the fear in its heart had reached its peak. All its anger was awakened by this attack. In the next moment, it turned into a ray of light and escaped. Boom! But soon after, another explosion sounded in the world. It was another bolt of lightning that landed on the heaven-devouring wolf. This time, as expected, the heaven-devouring wolf died amidst a shrill cry of agony. Its enormous corpse smashed into the ground with a muffled thud. A king-level ancient beast was killed in 2 simple strikes. But before the crowd could cry out in shock, they heard a series of tragic cries coming from all around them. It was the monk who had trampled on the rules. No one knew when, but he had left the battle and charged toward a group of ancient beasts. As the demon subduing pestle in his hand smashed down, a large amount of Buddhist energy spread out. It was originally a holy and peaceful Buddhist energy, but now it was filled with a destructive aura, and it swept through the many ancient beasts. Meanwhile, when the Buddhist force scattered, 5 ancient beasts fell onto the ground, losing their life force. With such powerful battle prowess, the monk became incomparably excited. Compared to trampling on the rules, killing ancient beasts was obviously more meaningful. Hence, he ignored the old monk's benevolent words and directly rushed towards another ancient beast. Boom! The demon subduing pestle continued to shine with golden light. Although the old monk had retracted most of the Buddhist force, many ancient beasts still died. While the monk was happily killing, Zichen was not idle either. The heavenly thunder wings flashed behind him, and as if he had teleported, he arrived in front of the heaven-devouring wolf's corpse. Then, he took out the purple gold gourd and kept the wolves inside. As for the old demonic leopard that had been following the heaven-devouring wolf, it had already seen that the situation was not good and disappeared without a trace. The monk's killing spree not only scared away the other ancient beasts, but also the humans who were watching earlier. All of them ran away in fear. In just a short while, after killing more than 10 pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, there were no longer any traces of humans or beasts around. Even Wang Qiong and the others had disappeared. "Come and collect them quickly." The monk pointed at the ancient beast corpses on the ground and shouted at Zichen. "What a pity. The king-level ancient beasts are all cunning. They all ran away when they saw that the situation was not good. We couldn't kill any of them." The monk was a little dissatisfied. Zichen stepped forward and collected all the ancient beast corpses. Then, he flashed back to the battlefield in the sky. Next, It was time to deal with the figure of rules. The four of them held their weapons and stood side by side again, staring at the figure of rules. Finally, you can't take it anymore. The power of rules surged, and the figure of rules repaired his body once again. His cold and venomous eyes swept across the four of them. It's time for the battle to end. The stalwart figure appeared beside Zi Chen. At the same time, 3 other figures appeared beside the other 3. Other than the old monk and the old demonic ape, there was also an ordinary old man. He stood beside Zhong Haotian with a hunched back. He looked like an ordinary servant and was not eye-catching at all. However, it was this ordinary old man who had made a name for himself with a stone sword back then. It's over. With just you guys. I'm the rule. If you want to kill me, you'll have to destroy this world. The figure of rules sneered. I seem to have guessed who you are. Just like back then, you're always so conceited. It's the same today. You've underestimated us and overestimated yourself. The stalwart man continued speaking calmly. Was this going to be the final battle? Everyone had left, but there were still many spiritual thoughts in the sky. These were the spiritual thoughts of the old antiques. They did not leave as they were prepared to witness the final battle. Without further ado, the final battle began. The stalwart man brought along the silver world and rushed into the heavenly thunder wings behind Zi Chen. In an instant, the heavenly thunder wings exuded a mighty might of heavenly thunder. The old monk brought along the golden world and integrated it into the demon-subduing pestle. In the next moment, the demon-subduing pestle began to move violently. The sacred power of Buddha turned into a powerful and terrifying power of Buddha. The pitch-black energy from the pitch-black castle also entered the black rod along with the old demonic ape. After that, the patterns on the surface of the black rod all lit up, and an extremely powerful aura emerged. The ordinary-looking old man also entered the stone sword without saying a word. In the next moment, the stone sword began to glow. The glow was dazzling. You guys. Looking at the scene before him, the figure of rules had fear in his eyes for the first time. Even if we die, we'll destroy you. A cold voice came from the weapons on the 4 of them. Rules, attach to me. The figure of rules looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Then, he began to frantically extract the power of rules from the entire ancient battlefield. Endless power of rules lingered around him. I'm the rules. I'm immortal. Even if all of you die, I won't die. At the same time, there was a hint of madness in the eyes of the figure of rules. Zi Chen and the rest looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, with their strongest attack, they charged towards the figure of rules. At this moment, the 4 inheritances were going against the rules of the ancient battlefield. Boom! The 4 of them attacked almost at the same time. Therefore, there was only a loud bang in the sky. After that, a destructive energy spread out in all directions. The first to suffer were the spiritual senses in the surroundings. They all let out a scream and then lost contact with their bodies. Under the destructive energy, all the spiritual senses turned into nothingness. The entire ancient battlefield shook in the explosion. All kinds of destructive energy rippled and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Whether it was the space or the ground, everything was being ravaged by the destructive energy. Moreover, the energy ripples were still spreading outwards. The violent ripples lasted for a long time. The entire ground sank by a few hundred meters and the space was shattered dozens of times. After losing a spiritual sense, the old antiques in the outside world didn't care. They extended their spiritual senses again, wanting to see the result of the battle. However, the energy in the sky was still rampaging. This time, there was an even stronger energy that blocked their probing. Who's alive and who's dead? At this moment, whether it was the old antiques in the outside world or the people and beasts who were escaping far away, they were all concerned about this question. Unfortunately, the destructive energy was still rippling and no one dared to go near it. Wang Qiong and the rest who were escaping turned around when they heard the loud bang. However, other than the rippling destructive energy, they couldn't see anything else. Wang Xian'er's eyes instantly turned red. She was worried that Zi Chen would die in the destructive energy. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Wang Qiong suddenly said with a solemn face. This was because he had already sensed a few unfriendly gazes. They should be fine. LV Peng also spoke. Previously, it was Zi Chen who signaled for them to leave. The destructive energy lasted for almost an hour. During this hour, it was enough for Wang Qiong and the rest to escape far away. As for the rest, they waited outside the destructive energy. After an hour, the destructive energy dissipated. The previous battlefield had become a mess. Above the sky, the power of the void would surge out from time to time. The entire space became extremely unstable. From time to time, a pitch-black crack would appear. As for the ground, no one could see it anymore. The only thing they could see was a bottomless pit that went all the way to the bottom. Is he dead? Other than the messy battlefield, there was nothing else in the world. The figure of the rules had disappeared. As for the 4 humans, they were nowhere to be found. However, what was even more infuriating was that the 4 weapons seemed to be gone too. Just as everyone was guessing whether the 4 weapons had disappeared along with the energy of the explosion, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crack in the void. It was the Cold Killer. His face was pale, and he was still holding the stone sword tightly in his hand. As soon as he appeared, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to have been severely injured. It's that killer with the stone sword. He's still alive. Many people exclaimed when they saw Zhong Haotian. Then, their eyes lit up as they looked at the stone sword. Greed flashed in their eyes. The simple stone sword in the sky shone brightly. Then, the light enveloped Zhong Haotian. Then, both he and the sword disappeared in the sky. Just as everyone was confused, the sky-splitting battle ape also appeared with the black staff. His situation was the same as Zhong Haotian's. The black staff shone and then disappeared with him. Damn it, why are they all gone? Everyone cursed, feeling extremely uneasy. Then, the void split open again. The monk holding the demon-subduing pestle also appeared. The monk's pale face was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. Then, he disappeared with the demon-subduing pestle. Could it be that they really broke the rules and are now going to accept the inheritance? Chapter 558. The 4 of them appeared one after another, but the rule power figure did not appear for a long time. Obviously, the rule power figure was really destroyed. Destroying the strongest rule power, the 4 of them could be said to have created a miracle. But where did the 4 of them go? Did they really go to receive the inheritance? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Zi Chen, who had just hidden in the void, suddenly appear. Behind him, the silver heavenly thunder wings left his body and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Why did the heavenly thunder wings abandon him? Many people were puzzled, and their eyes widened. The 4 of them had appeared, and the others had all left. Only this human appeared, and he was abandoned by the previous weapon. Many people had an impression of this human. Not to mention the crazy trampling of rule power, he was a powerful existence who fought against sky martial artists, suppressed the fireman, and almost killed the Dragonians. He was also a sky martial artist. It was not only the others who were puzzled, but also Zi Chen. They had clearly destroyed the rule power and created a miracle. If things had developed according to the original plan, they should have received the inheritance. But now, the heavenly thunder wings had abandoned him and left alone. Although he could sense the direction of the heavenly thunder wings, such an irresponsible situation made Zi Chen very unhappy. Phut! Suddenly, Zi Chen vomited blood, and the light golden blood fell into the deep pit on the ground. Destroying the rule power and creating a miracle came with a price. He was seriously injured, and the energy in his body was almost depleted. At this moment, the injury was acting up, and he could not help but cough up blood. Clap! Clap! Suddenly, a crisp clapping sound rang out, and several figures appeared in the void. It's you. Seeing the fireman in the lead, Zi Chen's expression changed. He finally understood why the heavenly thunder wings had abandoned him. It should be their doing. You're really lucky. Even the rule power couldn't kill you. The fireman slowly walked forward, his eyes cold. Beside him, there were 2 sky martial artists, for existences whose battle strength was comparable to sky martial artists, and 2 Dragonians. There were 9 people in total. These 9 people had all been suppressed by Zichen before. At that time, Zichen had fought against all of them by himself, and the battle had been one-sided. At that time, Zichen's body was strange because the silver world provided him with energy. But now, the silver world couldn't even protect itself, so there was no way it could provide him with extra energy. Previously, Zichen had wanted to exterminate them and steal their treasures. Now that the other party had come to seek revenge, it was only natural. Everyone watching the battle from afar came to a realization. Zichen was heavily injured and had encountered 9 existences whose battle prowess was no weaker than his own. Naturally, he would not be stingy and immediately swallowed a treasure pill. Rich life force began to spread, and Zichen's non-fatal injuries were instantly healed. The energy in his body that had been depleted was once again replenished. Now that his injuries had healed, his combat strength had returned to its peak. Looking at the people in front of him, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. None of these people were weaker than him in terms of battle prowess. Especially the Flaming Man, his battle prowess was even more powerful. If it was a one-on-one battle, he might be able to hold on for a while. But looking at the other party's posture, it was obvious that they did not intend to have a fair fight. "Look at you. You're scared." The Flaming Man's mouth had a hint of mockery. "Aren't you very strong? You can even destroy the rules. Why are you scared when you see us?" Longxing also ridiculed. He was the brother of the Dragonborn, so his battle prowess was naturally stronger than the Dragonborn. Unfortunately, he had encountered the strange Zichen and was defeated in one blow. "Scared? What a joke. I even dare to break the rules, let alone you. Where did you go just now? I couldn't even find you to have a heart-to-heart talk." Zichen was stubborn. "Hihi, we left for a while just now. If you want to have a heart-to-heart talk, we can do it now." The Dragonborn chuckled, his expression becoming unfriendly. "A heart-to-heart talk? That's a good suggestion. I don't know if you want to have a heart-to-heart talk with all of us or with all of us." One of the sky martial artists also joked. Zichen looked at everyone indifferently. He made some comparisons in his mind and then came to a conclusion. He couldn't beat them. If it was one-on-one, he still had a chance of winning. If it was one-on-2, his chances of survival were slim. If it was 1-on-3, he would definitely die. If it was 1-on-9, he would definitely die. His first thought was that he couldn't beat them. Running away was the second. Therefore, he decisively turned around and ran. He was a powerful existence that could destroy the rules. Previously, he had killed a king-level ancient beast in 2 blows, scaring all the experts into running away. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog being chased by everyone. "Run! Do you think you can run? Today is the day you die. You can't escape even if you have wings." As the cold voice fell, the group of experts chased after Zichen, as if to verify the other party's words. Then, the energy in the sky began to surge, and then figures appeared. As soon as they appeared, they launched powerful attacks. The energy in the sky surged and swept toward Zichen. Swoosh! Golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He displayed extreme speed. His body propped up a defensive light shield, and he rushed into the energy in the sky. Amidst the explosions, his body was not obstructed at all. He broke through the energy. His protective light shield was broken, and his clothes were torn in many places. However, there were no wounds on his body. After that, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he rushed into the air. As the golden light flashed, the sound of sharp blades cutting into bodies was heard. Fresh blood splattered in the sky, and human heads flew into the sky. There were pursuers behind him, but Zichen did not stop. He rushed through the crowd, and 7 or 8 headless corpses fell to the ground with blood spurting out. And during this time, the Flaming Man caught up and collided head-on with Zichen. Boom! The endless power of flames surged and hit Zichen hard. In the next moment, Zichen was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and his body disappeared into the distance. After being hit by my attack, he will definitely suffer the pain of being burned by the fire poison. His speed will definitely decrease greatly, and he will definitely die. Looking at Zi Chen's fleeing figure, the burning man snorted coldly and signaled for everyone to quickly pursue. He followed behind unhurriedly to show his unique identity. Although the other strong cultivators were somewhat dissatisfied, they concealed it very well and didn't show it. The burning man's strength was without a doubt the strongest amongst them. Even Tian-level cultivators weren't a match for him. The burning man's attack was indeed strange. As Zi Chen fled, he felt as if there were flames burning in his body. Even the powerful perfect body felt pain. The strangest thing was the loss of his vitality. Although Zi Chen was puzzled by the inexplicable flames in his body, he did not panic. In his body, the golden blood began to flow, emitting a monstrous sound. The perfect body released a resplendent golden light and began to expel the flames. An inexplicable force appeared in Zi Chen's pale golden blood. Not only did it suppress the spread of the fire poison, but it also began to disperse and extinguish the flames. Although the effect was minimal, the flames were decreasing. If the burning man saw this scene, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Unfortunately, he was destined to never see it. As time passed, the flames in Zi Chen's body were slowly expelled. Furthermore, under the burning of the flames, Zi Chen felt that his physique seemed to have improved a little. If I use this flame to temper my body every day, my physique should quickly transform again. At this moment, Zi Chen actually had the thought of capturing the burning man and using him as a laborer. However, this was clearly unrealistic. He was still no match for the burning man. 15 minutes later, Zi Chen successfully forced out all the fire poison. As he was multitasking, his speed slowed down and an expert caught up to him. It was the dragon man from before. He, who was almost killed by Zi Chen, had always been brooding over this matter. Therefore, after learning that Zi Chen had been poisoned by the fire poison, he spared no effort to chase after him. Finally, he overtook one expert after another and successfully caught up to Zi Chen. "Human, die!" The dragon man let out a furious roar from afar. Monstrous killing intent surged around him. Zi Chen turned his head. When he saw the dragon man coming alone, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Then, under the dragon man's incredulous gaze, the dragon man actually rushed towards him. "You still dare to come forward after being poisoned by the fire poison? Are you courting death?" The dragon man's mouth had a hint of disdain. The energy around him was at its strongest. Then, golden light flashed and golden energy engulfed the dragon man. This battle happened very quickly, and it ended just as quickly. After 2 violent explosions, the battle was over. Zi Chen rushed out of the surging energy, holding a blood-colored broken spear in his hand. There was still scarlet blood flowing down the tip of the spear. In his other hand, he held a spirit ring and a spatial pendant. After rushing out of the surging energy, his body staggered and nearly fell. A huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. His heart had nearly been pierced through. In just 2 short strikes, it was truly a life for a life. In the end, the perfect body won. Zi Chen lived while the dragon man died. He quickly found the dragon man's treasure pill and swallowed it. As his vital aura circulated to heal his injuries, he transformed into a beam of light and fled. Soon, the pursuers arrived. When they saw the dead dragon man on the ground, their expressions changed instantly. "Damn it, what's going on?" Upon seeing the dragon man's corpse, Longxing couldn't help but roar at the burning man. Wasn't he poisoned by the fire poison? Why does he still have such powerful combat strength? Longxing's yelling made the burning man very displeased. However, he was also puzzled as to why the other party could still kill the dragon man despite being poisoned. Suddenly, the burning man seemed to recall something and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I forgot about his physique. It should be because of his special physique that he dispelled the fire poison." He naturally couldn't say this out loud. Therefore, he said with a gloomy face, he should have suppressed the fire poison. Now that he's injured, he probably can't suppress the fire poison anymore. Death is only a matter of time. With that said, the burning man chased in the direction Zi Chen had fled. "Human, I, Longxing, will definitely kill you." Longxing let out an angry roar. Chapter 559. This was a silver world filled with resplendent silver light. Chen had followed the fluctuations of the heavenly lightning wings. The heavenly lightning wings were floating in the air above this silver world. The heavenly lightning wings had originally been over 1,000 meters long, emitting a terrifying aura. But after the previous battle, they were now only 2 meters long. Furthermore, their silver light had dimmed a lot. Originally, there were countless silver snakes floating in the silver world. Each of the silver snakes contained the terrifying might of heavenly thunder. Now, it was empty. In the vast silver world, only the heavenly thunder wings floated alone. Clearly, the final attack in the battle to kill the laws had exhausted all the heavenly lightning energy in this silver world. You've come. The stalwart man appeared beside the heavenly lightning wings, lowering his head to look at Chen. Greetings, Senior. Chen bowed respectfully. The lightning mark on his forehead flashed once more. The reason he had been able to smoothly reach this place was because of the lightning mark that had led him here. Accept the inheritance. The stalwart man didn't say much. His figure was dim, and his determined face was filled with exhaustion. Senior, how did this ancient battlefield form? And that law figure, was he your enemy when he was alive? Asked Chen. Chen still had many questions that he wanted answers to. Furthermore, this stalwart man was an existence that had lived for over 10,000 years. He naturally knew about things that had happened long ago. The past is the past. History doesn't leave behind anything. You should look forward, not pay attention to history. The stalwart man sighed. Time will not reverse. Even if something happened back then, everything will turn to dust. Time will pass, and a new cycle will begin. Your path is ahead, not in the past. The stalwart man clearly didn't want to say more. But Senior. Chen was unwilling. What will happen in the end. The only thing we can do is leave what little inheritance we have left to the people who come after us, so that they can become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the stalwart man's figure suddenly dissipated, and his entire person turned into a silver lightning mark. Chen suddenly lost control of his body. Then, he slowly floated towards the heavenly thunder wings. Finally, he arrived at the place where the stalwart man was. The lightning mark emitted a dazzling silver light and merged with Chen's forehead. Your Thunder Clan imprint isn't pure. Now, I'll give you a pure Thunder Clan imprint. The majestic man's voice rang out. After that, the pair of heavenly thunder wings was also implanted into Chen's back. Thunder was originally a violent and destructive thing. Now that it had merged with Chen, it was even more forceful. The thunder imprint merged with his soul, and the heavenly thunder wings merged with his body. Such a barbaric and violent fusion caused Chen's body, mind, and soul to simultaneously feel intense pain. This intense pain pushed Chen to the brink of collapse in an instant. His vision turned black, and he actually fainted. Possessing the peak of yin and yang thunder force, reaching the core essence realm is the most difficult thing. Your starting point is too high. If you want to transform once more, it'll be difficult. Although he had long since seen through Chen's problem, the stalwart man didn't ask about it. He also didn't give him any pointers. In his opinion, Chen had his own path, and there was nothing he could do to help or give him any advice. The only thing he could do now was pass on the inheritance that Chen deserved. An existence from the ancient era had disappeared from this world just like that. He hadn't left behind any words, nor had he left behind any grudges. Just as he had said before, everything had vanished like smoke. Within the silver world, Chen quietly floated in the air, accepting the ThunderClan's inheritance. His pained expression slowly relaxed, and he looked like a sleeping baby. It was like he was in a dream. In the dream, he saw a bizarre world. That world was filled with many inconceivable things. All kinds of ancient beasts walked in the sky, and all kinds of strange humans. Some were like fire, some were like ice, some had a human head and a beast body, and some had a beast head and a human body. They were all surging with powerful auras. With a raise of their hands, shining mountains exploded one after another. However, so many experts were falling one after another, and the one fighting with them was a blurry and tall figure. This was like a dream. Everything was illusory, but it was so real, as if it had really happened before. The thunder mark merged with Zichen's forehead, flashing with a brilliant silver light. As the mark merged with Zichen, the Thunder Clan's inheritance battle technique appeared. That stalwart figure was demonstrating the Thunder Clan's battle technique in Zichen's Sea of Consciousness. In addition, the Heavenly Thunder Wings was also merging with Zichen's body. At the same time, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and Zhong Haotian were also accepting the inheritance. As for the old monk, the ordinary old man, and the old Devil Ape, they all disappeared, not leaving behind a single word. Only the old Devil Ape gave the Devil Ape a warning before disappearing: no matter what happens in the future, just stick to your heart. What you think is right is right. The Stone Sword, Demon Subduing Pestle, and Black Rod had also lost their original power in the battle. Apart from the extraordinary material, their power was only slightly stronger than an elixir weapon. Time flew by. News of the destruction of the rules spread like wildfire. During this period, Zichen and the other three had undoubtedly become the focus of discussion. After destroying the rules here, they would become famous in the southern region. Moreover, with the destruction of the rules, there would more or less be some special changes in this world. In an instant, many king-level ancient beasts became eager, and began to search the various regions of the battlefield. As for those old antiques in the periphery, they continued to hide and sleep. They had sharp senses. Although the power of the rules was destroyed, the entire ancient battlefield did not fall into chaos. Clearly, this was not the only rule. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. Time passed quickly. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months, and half a year passed quickly. The ancient battlefield showed no signs of closing. Regardless of whether it was humans or ancient beasts, they were still searching for what they needed. During this period, all kinds of battles occurred frequently. Even heaven-level martial artists had to be careful in the depths. In this half a year, the name of the Burning Man had spread. He had killed more than 10 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants in a day. His powerful battle strength was shocking. Moreover, he was not even afraid of the king-level ancient beasts. He had successfully escaped from 2 king-level ancient beasts. In addition, the name of the Dragon Man Long Xing had also spread throughout the ancient battlefield. His battle strength was powerful and terrifying. Even 4 or 5 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants had to take a detour when they saw him. In this half a year, Long Xing had been shouting Zichen's name every day. He had threatened to take revenge for his brother. He would extract the other party's soul and seal it in his family's dragon tomb to repent. The 2 powerful heaven-level martial artists had also made a name for themselves. It could be said that in this ancient battlefield, if one did not have the power to rival a heaven-level martial artist, they would have to be prepared to die at any moment. In the battle half a year ago, Zichen and Tyrant had provoked all the powerful enemies. So after the 2 of them disappeared, Wang Qiong and the others had become much more low-key. Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rats, they had deliberately stayed away from those powerful existences. During this time, although they had encountered ancient beasts and had fought several times, they had been more daunting than dangerous. Furthermore, with the spirit-devouring rats, their luck was naturally not bad. They had gained quite a bit. However, these daunting but not dangerous days only lasted for half a year. After half a year, a cold voice filled with killing intent pushed them to the heart of the storm. Zichen, you're not going to show yourself? Very well, then I'll kill your friends first. As time passed, Long Xing's killing intent grew even stronger. Finally, he had drawn his fury onto Zichen's friends. At the same time, Long Xing announced that anyone who provided clues would be able to obtain a dead pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant as long as it was true. A dead pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant as the price would naturally attract the attention of many factions. Damn it, they're really going all out. A pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant. Even I want to report myself. Wang Shan was shocked by the other party's generosity and could not help cursing. This place might have been exposed. Let's quickly leave, Wang Qiong said coldly as he glanced at the human corpses beside him. Following that, everyone's nightmare arrived. Those weak factions that wanted to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield to try their luck discovered that the depths were filled with danger. They started searching for Wang Qiong and the others. 3 days later, their tracks were exposed, attracting many beasts. They surrounded them, all of them brimming with killing intent. Wang Qiong and the others were all monstrous geniuses. They relied on the Sword of Light to kill their way out of the encirclement. Then, Longxing arrived, but he missed. Find them. We must find them and kill them. Longxing's eyes were filled with a cold light. A hunt for Wang Qiong and the others began. However, after the unexpected encirclement, they became much more vigilant. Wherever they passed, formations were set up, and they were all extraordinarily powerful. The group of demons was at a disadvantage. With Elder Mo's personal teachings, LV Peng's attainments in formations gradually deepened. As time passed, he brought more and more trouble to the beasts. At this point, LV Peng began to truly accept Elder Mo's legacy in formations. Although Elder Mo's knowledge was not extensive, he was still an existence who had lived for countless years. Few people could compare to his attainments in formations. Even 2AO Baichuan back then could not compare. Elder Hiroshi taught LV Peng the Tao of array formations, but it was different from other legacies. This was a personal teaching. In addition, LV Peng's comprehension was very high, and his attainments in array formations had improved by leaps and bounds. As LV Peng's attainments in formations increased, the beasts also suffered greater losses. This hunt lasted for half a year. After half a year, LV Peng, who had a sparring partner, practiced formations every day. Finally, he relied on his own strength to set up the 10-direction Nirvana formation. The 10-direction Nirvana formation was set up in an open area. As soon as the beasts stepped into the formation, a murderous aura began to surge. Fierce attacks filled the entire formation, causing the beasts to suffer destructive attacks. However, because there were no formation flags or many materials, the formation that was set up with only primal stones was greatly weakened. It did not last long before it collapsed. Chapter 560. In the silver space, Zichen floated quietly. The heavenly thunder wings on his back had disappeared, and the lightning mark between his eyebrows had also disappeared following the end of the inheritance. The inheritance had lasted for an entire year. A year had passed, and the silver space that had lost all its energy was no longer resplendent. It had become incomparably dim. Floating in the air, Zichen's eyes suddenly trembled slightly. Then, he opened his eyes, but they were slightly absent-minded. Soon, Zichen's absent-minded eyes lit up, and he instantly stood up. Inheritance. Am I not accepting the inheritance? Senior, where is Senior? Zichen looked around. The moment Zichen opened his eyes, the silver world fell into eternal darkness. It became pitch black and deathly silent. Looking at the pitch black space in the blink of an eye, Zichen closed his mouth and chose to remain silent. Then, he tried hard to recall what had happened before. Yes, I am accepting the inheritance. As for Senior, Zichen's eyes had a trace of sadness. The stalwart man had already disappeared, turning into a pure lightning mark that had merged with the lightning mark between his eyebrows. Swoosh. Suddenly, in the pitch-black space, a brilliant light flashed again. A pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on Zichen's back. The silver light was coming from there. This is the heavenly thunder wings. It has indeed merged with my body. Zichen was both surprised and excited. Just now, he only had the thought of the heavenly thunder wings in his mind. He did not expect that the heavenly thunder wings would appear in the next moment. Sure enough, with a thought, the heavenly thunder wings disappeared. The silver light flashed repeatedly in the pitch-black world, and the entire space was also flickering. When Zichen completely understood and mastered the heavenly thunder wings, the entire space fell into darkness again. After an hour, Zichen, who had familiarized himself with the situation, walked out of the space. Boom! As soon as Zichen appeared in the void, he felt a violent energy appear beside him. In the next moment, a violent aura collided head-on with him. Peng! The berserk aura engulfed Zichen, and the frenzied energy surged. Immediately after, a powerful force slammed into Zichen's body, emitting a loud muffled sound. The sudden turn of events caused Zichen to be startled. Then, he saw a huge figure crash into him and bounce back, smashing into the ground from the air. Despicable. A furious voice rang out from the ground. However, halfway through, the voice was filled with fear. Zichen, it's actually you. You didn't die. Looking at the gigantic creature below, Zichen's heart was filled with doubt. He was certain that he did not recognize this ancient beast at all. You know me. Zichen looked at the ancient beast in confusion. It was a barbaric bull, and its entire body was glowing. Zichen was sure that this was the first time he had seen it. The barbaric bull's eyes were filled with fear. It nodded. I know. Right now, there isn't a single ancient beast in the ancient battlefield that doesn't know you. Furthermore, I saw you from afar when you fought the laws. Oh, I'm that famous? How do you know my name? The barbaric bull looked around, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. It's Long Xing. He threatened to kill you. That news has already spread everywhere. Furthermore what? Zichen looked at it. I already said that you can't kill me, said the barbaric bull suddenly. You still dare to bargain? Zichen's gaze instantly turned cold. No, I don't dare. It's just. The barbaric bull was so terrified that it was incoherent. As a pure-blooded descendant of an ancient beast, the barbaric bull was usually an extremely arrogant existence. But when it encountered Zichen, all its arrogance disappeared. Instead, it was terrified. It had to know that back then, it had personally seen Zichen sweep through countless humans. That included powerful existences like the Flame Man and Long Xing. Furthermore, he had even destroyed the heavenly Daos. Other than that, killing a young heaven-devouring wolf with a single finger and killing a heaven-devouring wolf king with 2 moves was the most direct display of his strength. Of course, if the first few things were just a fluke, then that collision just now was a true display of power. Long Xing had been completely defenseless, yet it hadn't been able to knock him away. Instead, it had been sent flying. It could be seen just how powerful Long Xing was. Speak. I won't kill you. Furthermore what? Asked Zichen. The barbaric bull's eyes were filled with gratitude. Furthermore, Long Xing even attacked your friends. What? Zichen's expression changed. That bastard Long Xing actually dared to attack my friends. When did that happen? What happened to them? The barbaric bull's heart trembled when he heard the terrifying and powerful Long Xing being called a bastard. He hastily said, that happened half a year ago. However, they didn't succeed. Instead, they suffered a great loss. It's said that there is a mysterious array master among your friends. The barbaric bull told him everything he knew. Zichen's gloomy expression eased slightly. As expected, he had made the right move in placing the Taiji diagram with LV Peng. Then, Zichen, can I leave now? Seeing Zichen remain silent for a long time, the barbaric bull was alarmed. Leave. Zichen coldly looked at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? The barbaric bull hesitated for a moment. In the end, he said, last time, when the laws were destroyed by you, some changes occurred in this region. Regions that had never appeared before have appeared frequently recently. This time, I heard that a region has opened. There might be true ancient beast essence blood there. I want to try my luck. True ancient beast essence blood. Zichen frowned. That's right. It's the essence blood of a pure-blooded ancient beast from the ancient era. Many ancient beasts have already gone there. I'm already considered slow. The barbaric bull emphasized. Zichen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then, his figure flashed as he jumped onto the barbaric bull's back. Let's go. Bring me there. The barbaric bull's face instantly turned ugly. He said in a low voice, but you said you would let me go. Once we reach the place, you'll be free. I promise. The barbaric bull carried Zichen deep into the region. Sure enough, as soon as they started moving, Zichen saw a group of ancient beasts rushing toward the depths of the region. Zichen's appearance on the barbaric bull naturally attracted attention. However, when they saw that the human on the barbaric bull's back was Zichen, their faces changed drastically. Then, they let out terrified cries. Swoosh. Chen tapped his foot and turned into a ray of golden light, rushing toward the ancient beasts. Not good. Hissed Chen. Run quickly. The group of ancient beasts let out earth-shattering roars and fled in an instant. The 5 pure-blooded ancient beast descendants were all powerful, but when they saw Chen, they retreated without a fight. Unfortunately, under Chen's extreme speed, it was impossible for them to escape smoothly. Puff. Chen pointed his finger. A golden light flashed and a terrifying aura appeared. One of the ancient beast's forehead was pierced by his finger. Its huge body fell from the sky with a loud bang and a burst of dust. At the same time, Chen punched out. His tyrannical fist flashed with a dazzling golden light and hit the second ancient beast. With a dull explosion, the second ancient beast turned into a corpse and fell from the sky. A one-hit kill. Seeing the ancient beasts being killed one after another, the barbaric bull's eyes widened to the limit. He was overwhelmed with shock and fear. Chen had only attacked 5 times, and 5 attacks had killed 5 ancient beasts that were on the same level as him. For a moment, the terrified barbaric bull didn't know what to say. He could only rejoice in his heart. After storing the ancient beasts' corpses into the purple gold gourd, Chen turned into a ray of light and flew back, landing on the barbaric bull's back. The barbaric bull's body suddenly trembled and almost knelt on the ground. It was completely frightened by Chen's strength. After killing 5 ancient beasts, Chen appeared to be very relaxed. He suddenly asked the barbaric bull, "Don't worry, I said I won't kill you." "Oh right, other ancient beasts are in groups. Why did you go alone?" Hearing this, the barbaric bull's fear weakened and became more cautious. When answering the question, it took a long time to think before telling the reason. Chen laughed involuntarily. It turned out that its companions were all killed by the monk's demon subduing Pestle a year ago because they were too close to the battlefield. Now, their corpses were in Chen's purple gold gourd. "You're lucky to be able to escape from the monk." Chen smiled. He was in a good mood. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. It would be perfect if he could smoothly bring the old man out. A few days later, under the barbaric bull's lead, Chen successfully arrived at this unfamiliar place. During this period of time, he encountered 2 more groups of ancient beasts. Just like the previous group, when they saw Chen, their faces were filled with terror, and they immediately fled. As for the final result, they were naturally killed. Along the way, Chen killed more than 10 ancient beasts. Adding the ones he obtained before, it was enough for him to undergo his baptism. But if he let everyone undergo the baptism, it was obviously not enough. The difference was too big. So, many ancient beasts here were destined to be unlucky. It seemed that he was too famous. During this time, Chen simply changed his appearance to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. He also deliberately avoided the ancient beast kings who had a grudge with him, such as the old demonic leopard. In this area, many ancient beasts had already gathered. There were also traces of humans. They were all in groups and were very strong. So, whether it was the humans or the ancient beasts, they all chose to restrain themselves and did not fight. Chen arrived on the barbaric bull. It was so unusual that everyone looked at him. He had actually subdued an ancient beast. Clearly, this stranger sitting on the barbaric bull's back was extraordinary. Chen had fulfilled his promise and let the barbaric bull leave. But who knew that the latter would not leave and chose to follow Chen? "Up to you," Chen said. After that, Chen looked around. With a glance, he found many familiar people. Among them, the powerful flame man was in front. Other than that, there were 2 other heaven-level cultivators. Boom! All of a sudden, energy surged from the horizon, and numerous figures flew over at high speed. Chapter 561. One was chasing and the other was escaping. Explosions of energy came from the horizon. The one who was escaping was in a panic, scared out of his wits. The one who was chasing was arrogant and domineering. "Stop, don't run." The sound came from afar, attracting the attention of many people and beasts. When they saw who it was, their expressions changed. Chen also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Master Wu De, save us." Along with the screams, a group of people flew over in panic. In the process of escaping, one of them was hit by a golden light. His vision turned black and he fell to the ground, losing his life. "Stop!" A shout came. A sky warrior suddenly rushed out, turning into a rainbow and shooting forward. At the same time, he mobilized the ultimate energy in his body and fought with the one who was chasing him. Boom! Waves of energy swept out, and the blast of the ultimate energy spread in all directions. The one who came and the sky warrior exchanged a blow, but it was a draw. "How dare you kill my people? Do you want to die?" The sky warrior named Wu De said coldly. "I think you're the ones who want to die." A tougher voice came from the other side, followed by a flash of golden light. An object that looked like a hammer and a sword appeared in the other's hand, and it smashed toward the sky warrior's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the sky was full of golden light, and the ultimate energy surged again. The sky warrior, who was known as the strongest among his peers, was knocked back with one blow. After being knocked back with one blow, the sky warrior's face became gloomy. "Get out of here. You dare to kill my friend? Go to hell." The monk held the demon subduing pestle in his hand. Golden light flashed as he scolded the sky warrior. The sound waves spread, and many people and beasts couldn't help but tremble. They thought that the monk was indeed a powerful existence that could destroy rules. "We're just looking for relics there. You're the one who wants to kill us," a sky warrior behind the sky warrior said. Facing the powerful monk, his voice was trembling. "Bullsh *T. How can you follow us for dozens of miles?" Suddenly, a shout came from the sky, followed by figures flying quickly. The newcomers were Wang Qiong's group. After half a year of being hunted down, they were unscathed. The one who cursed was naturally Wang Shan. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that none of them were missing and that their auras were much stronger than they had been a year ago. "We were just looking for the ruins. Who would have thought that you rats were hiding in front of us?" Seeing the second heaven martial artist walking towards them, Yukong's courage clearly grew a lot, and he began to speak rudely. "You're courting death." Wang Shan immediately shouted and his eyes turned cold. As a monstrous genius, Wang Shan's combat strength was not weaker than his opponents. "Since you dare to attack the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I think you're the ones courting death." Wu De's words were cold as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time they had revealed their identities. The alliance formed by the Martial Heaven continent's heavenly experts was called the Martial Heaven Alliance. It was a true superpower, and it was known as the overlord of the Martial Heaven continent. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. "Anyone who dares to attack my friend will die even if they're from the Martial Heaven Alliance," said the monk fearlessly. "So you're saying you're courting death?" The two heaven martial artists had already gotten close, glaring at the monk. In the distance, the flame man only watched coldly. He didn't interfere. He was a legendary existence. If it weren't for the fact that Zichen was so hateful, he wouldn't have bothered to join hands with anyone else. Did those who possessed extreme energy have to be a heaven martial artist? The flame man disdained such a thing. Furthermore, hearing the other side's declaration, the flame man's disdain grew. Even if they were heaven martial artists, they were only Hutian experts. True heaven martial artists were also known as Xiantian experts. They were the true core of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and they enjoyed the Alliance's limitless resources. Each one of them was a treasure of the Alliance. Before reaching the primal core realm, they wouldn't appear, nor would they participate in any dangerous trials. They were the true beneficiaries of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the true beneficiaries of the Alliance's resources. They were like the disciples of a sect, and they didn't need to pay any price. As for these Hutian experts in Yukong, they were just ordinary disciples and workers. They were also part of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they didn't represent the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Flame Man was arrogant. His target was only Zichen, and he disdained to do anything to Zichen's friends. The two heaven martial artists were extremely powerful, and they coldly glared at the monk. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. "Zichen, you're not going to help." Barbarian Bull cautiously sent him a message. Zichen smiled indifferently and shook his head. I'm not going. If you're willing, you can help. Hearing that, Barbarian Bull's heart shook. He softly said, if you're not going, I'm not going either. They're your friends, not mine. Zichen ignored Barbarian Bull. He smiled as he looked forward. Since you're not going, you can stay here and watch the show. Let's see how many more reckless fools are hiding in the dark. The atmosphere became even more tense. An intense battle could break out at any moment. The other side had 2 Heaven martial artists and over 10 Yukong. To be able to join the Martial Heaven Alliance, Yukong's combat power was naturally not weak. As for Wang Qiong's side, they only had the monk, who was comparable to a Heaven martial artist. Seeming to have received some kind of order, Yukong became even more unbridled. He pointed at the monk's nose and shouted, "Damned rat, do you know who we are? We're from the Martial Heaven Alliance, the High and Mighty Martial Heaven Alliance. We have noble statuses, so how could we possibly follow rats like you?" Wang Qiong and the others' expressions became icy. However, Yukong did not seem to notice and became even more aggressive. His stubby finger almost poked the monk's nose. His expression became ferocious as he said, "Ants, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. We are the heavens." Boom. Before Yukong could even finish speaking, a terrifying wave of energy swept through the sky. A pitch-black staff descended from the sky, smashing into Yukong's head. A violent explosion rang out as a terrifying energy surged out. The previously arrogant Yukong had been blown apart by a single strike. That scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that there would be someone hiding in the sky, someone who dared to attack the Martial Heaven Alliance's people. Hihi, is the Martial Heaven Alliance very powerful? The devil ape's large figure appeared, holding a black staff covered in runes. Its scarlet eyes emitted an icy light. The arrogant Yukong was blown apart. His flesh and blood splattered on the Yukong beside him. Seeing such a violent devil ape, the other Yukong were filled with terror. They hastily retreated. Previously, they had been so pleased with themselves that they had almost reached the monk. "It's too late for you to leave now." The devil ape sneered and raised its staff. Terrifying energy surged from the staff, and it smashed into the Yukong in front of it. Another Yukong was blown apart. Following that was a third Yukong. By the time the Heaven martial artists reacted to block the devil ape, 3 Yukong had already been blown apart. As for the others, they were filled with terror. "You dare attack us in front of us?" Courting death. Raged 2 Heaven martial artists. Just as they were about to attack, a monstrous killing intent surged. A sharp swordlight appeared in the sky, slashing toward one of the Heaven martial artists. That Heaven martial artist's expression changed. His energy surged, forming one barrier after another. At the same time, his body transformed into light as he dodged to the side. Fart. The swordlight flashed, and blood splashed. One of the Yukong's hearts was pierced. He collapsed to the ground, his life drained away. His opponent's target hadn't been him. The Heaven martial artist felt like he had lost all face, and he blamed himself for reacting too quickly. Suddenly, the killing intent that had just disappeared reappeared. This time, it was even sharper. A bone-piercing killing intent directly attacked the space between his eyebrows. Shouted the Tian-level cultivator. He once again circulated his energy and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. Fart. The same bloody light splashed again. Not far away, one of the Yukong's men died. It was a one-hit kill, and a figure once again hid in the void. There was dead silence. Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked toward the Heaven martial artist. Their expressions were strange. They didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. Only the Heaven martial artist himself knew that the guy who was good at assassination had tried to kill him twice in a row. Swoosh. The sharp killing intent appeared for the 3rd time, and the swordlight flashed again. Again. Shouted the Tian-level warrior. He rushed towards the last person who was shouting, wanting to protect him. But just as he was in the air, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. The swordlight flashed, and a deep wound appeared on the Heaven martial artist's shoulder. Blood flowed out of the wound, and his entire arm was almost cut off. After being fooled 3 times in a row, the heaven martial artist's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked ahead with resentment. However, that assassin had gone into hiding after that one attack and hadn't appeared again. Only the monk and the heaven-splitting battle ape remained standing in front of him. You dare to attack the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance? Today will be the day you die, said the heaven martial artist who had been injured by Zhong Haotian. Of the 4 people who had destroyed the laws, 3 had already appeared. Everyone guessed that Zi Chen had also appeared. The flame man's gaze turned icy. He looked over, but he had no intention of coming over. As for the other 4 experts on the same level as the heaven martial artists, they walked over with unkind expressions. At the same time, powerful waves of energy appeared on the horizon. One devil race expert after another was flying over. The one at the front was Long Xing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Behind him was a group of devil race experts. If their robes weren't torn, then they were injured. They were in a sorry state. For half a year, they had been chasing after Wang Qiong and the others, acting as LV Peng's sparring partners. After half a year, the devil race had lost half their numbers. It could be said that their losses were disastrous. Today, none of you will leave alive, shouted Long Xing upon seeing Wang Qiong and the others. Chapter 562. Those who had a grudge against Zi Chen were all present. 4 of them were sky-level cultivators, 2 were sky-level cultivators, and 1 was a dragon man. Apart from that, there were also many other forces in the sky. Run. Aren't you all good at running? Why aren't you running? Long Xing walked towards them, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Zi Chen had killed his brother, and he wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, Zi Chen had disappeared, so he settled for the next best thing, and killed Zi Chen's friends first. But who would have thought that there would be a mysterious array master among them, causing them to suffer heavy losses in the past 6 months? The group of monsters were all in a sorry state. Some of them were even injured. At this moment, they were looking at Wang Qiong and the others with hatred in their eyes. Tyrant and the demon ape stood side by side. Behind them were Wang Qiong and the others. As for Zhong Haotian, he had already hidden himself. He would never fight head-on. You're just a bunch of barbarians. How dare you kill our people? Don't even think about leaving today, said Long Xing coldly. He had already known Zi Chen's name and identity from the overlords of Chaos City. The killing intent in the surroundings burned even more fiercely. The strong cultivators closed in while the others surrounded them. A battle could break out at any time. The others and beasts all avoided it, hiding in the distance to watch. You're not going to attack? Barbarian Bull looked at Zi Chen suspiciously. Zi Chen's face became extremely gloomy. Everyone had appeared and was aggressive. He naturally had to attack. But at this moment, a cold gaze landed on him. It was the burning man in the distance. As if he had guessed his identity, the burning man looked directly at him, his expression changing. The burning man was very strong. Even if Zi Chen had obtained the inheritance of the Lightning Clan, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill him. At this moment, the burning man would definitely attack. Zi Chen hesitated. Should he expose his identity now? On the other side, facing the aggressive group of strong cultivators, the bad-tempered demon ape couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his pitch-black staff and raised it high, then quickly swung it down. Boom! Amidst the surging energy, a battle broke out in an instant. The devil ape held the black rod tightly in its right hand while rays of light lingered around its left hand. It waved its palm at a powerhouse. In the next moment, the sky-level cultivators felt as if there was a layer of restraints on their bodies. Whether it was their speed or battle prowess, they were greatly weakened. This feeling of being restrained only lasted for an instant. But in a battle between strong cultivators, this instant was the key. This instant was enough for the devil ape to unleash its strongest attack. Bang! A thunderous boom rang out as the expert was sent flying by the demonic ape. However, at the critical moment, the expert raised a defensive light barrier. He only coughed up blood and was not killed. Boom! At the same time, Tyrant also launched an attack. The demon-subduing staff emitted golden light and smashed forward, directly knocking a sky warrior back. Swoosh! Zhong Haotian, who was hidden in the void, unleashed a sure-kill attack. A frenzied killing intent swept out, causing an expert's expression to change drastically. He hastily dodged, but just as the killing intent rose, Zhong Haotian's attack landed. His shoulder armor was pierced by the stone sword, and fresh blood flowed out of the wound. 3 people, 3 attacks, and 3 experts were knocked back. It could be seen that the inheritance this time had greatly increased their battle prowess. They were already able to suppress sky-level cultivators. Kill. The battle started because of the 3 people's attacks. Battle cries rang out instantly. The other experts all held their elixir weapons, preparing to kill Wang Qiong and the others. The other experts also launched their attacks, among which Long Xing was the strongest. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen's pupils constricted. A sharp killing intent appeared around him. He no longer stood by and was ready to rush over and kill. Zi Chen's aura changed, causing the Flame Man's expression to change. A cruel grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared from the depths. With the might of a king, it swept towards the battle. That's enough. You humans better know your place. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. The pressure of a king made everyone's expression change. Then, a thunderous roar rang out. This voice came from a king-level ancient beast in the depths. No one dared to disobey a king-level ancient beast's warning. Even though the experts were unwilling and their expressions changed, they still retracted their killing intent in the next moment. The devil ape sneered. The black rod in his hand surged, and he waved it as a show of force. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident that he could kill a sky-level cultivator. There's a king-level ancient beast in the depths. Zi Chen was surprised. Then, he remembered that this was the place where the mutation happened. Everyone came here because of the appearance of the blood essence of ancient beasts. Looking at this place, there was nothing special about it. However, many humans and ancient beasts stopped here. Could it be that the mutation happened in the depths? Zi Chen frowned. In the next moment, he extended his spiritual senses towards the depths. At the same time, the other experts in the skies also extended their spiritual senses. In an instant, many spiritual senses extended towards the depths. So many king-level ancient beasts. As his spiritual senses probed, Zi Chen's expression changed instantly. Previously, it was only a king-level ancient beast that spoke. Zi Chen thought that there was only one king-level ancient beast in the distance. However, with his spiritual senses, Zi Chen saw no less than 10 of them. Among them was the old demonic leopard. All of them retracted their king-level aura and spread out to form a circle. In the center of the circle, there was a pitch-black crack. The crack was only as tall as a person. It was still unstable. From time to time, the power of the void would spurt out. It was like the entrance to another world. This crack has grown bigger. It was only 1 meter wide before. As expected, as the crack grows bigger, the power of the void will slowly dissipate. In the end, it will form a tunnel. Could this really be the place where the pure-blooded ancient beasts are? There were all sorts of exclamations and discussions from the crowd. Many spiritual senses swept over, but the king-level ancient beasts did not care at all. They just stood there quietly. After all, they were guarding the only tunnel. Once the crack stabilized, only they would be able to enter immediately. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the void spurted out from the pitch-black crack. The space was distorted as the power of the void spread toward one of the king-level ancient beasts. Swoosh! The king-level ancient beast's expression did not change. Its body turned into a bolt of cold lightning. When the power of the void rushed over, it disappeared from the spot. Within a radius of a few hundred meters where it was standing, everything was destroyed by the power of the void and turned into nothingness. This included the spiritual senses of some of the zephyrs that were nearby. The zephyrs whose spiritual senses were destroyed were screaming in pain. Such a change caused the zephyrs' expressions to change. However, the king-level ancient beasts were indifferent. Even the king-level ancient beasts that had escaped earlier did not say a word. They returned to their original spots and waited quietly. Under the investigation of their spiritual senses, everyone discovered that the previous pitch-black crack had become a little bigger because of this riot. Clearly, as the power of the void continued to riot, the crack would become bigger and more stable one day. Time passed as they waited. With the king-level ancient beasts' warning, the experts naturally did not dare to fight casually. They restrained themselves. However, the grudges between the two parties could not be settled so easily. Hence, if they could not fight, they would use words. This was especially so for the Zephyrs of the demon race. They had suffered a great loss in the past half a year. They were filled with resentment and were constantly mocking Wang Qiong and the others. As time passed, the mockery became more and more severe. In the end, it turned into curses. A bunch of trash barbarians. Their combat strength is the weakest in the entire southern region. They are all called barbarian dogs. That's right. Barbarian dogs. It's a very appropriate name. What the F***ck is this? He's neither a human nor a demon, yet he dares to criticize others. This world is full of F***king strange things. He has a human head but a pig's brain, and a F***king tail. He's neither fish nor fowl. There were more than 10 such arguments every day. The other factions had sent out quite a number of eloquent cultivators to mock and curse Wang Qiong, but only Wang Shan was willing to accept the challenge from Wang Qiong's side. Although there was only one person, Wang Shan's curses were much better than Zi Chen's. He fought against more than 10 people and did not lose a single one. It was a complete victory. The experts were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. However, they could not do anything about it. If you have the ability, come with me to a faraway place to fight. When he was really angry, the other party would challenge him to a battle. Idiot. If we were to fight one-on-one, I could defeat all of you. Wang Shan curled his lips. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Everyone was used to the arguments between the two sides. If they did not hear it for a day, they would feel that something was missing. Sometimes, Wang Shan, who was enjoying himself, would stand up proudly like a victorious general. He looked at the experts in the sky and then pointed at a Tian-level expert with disdain. He said, Mother ***, a Tian-level expert, right? Are you that strong? If you have the ability, come and fight with the demonic ape. Let's fight to the death. I guarantee that I will beat you to death with my stick. The demonic ape was very cooperative with Wang Shan's words. It stood up and pointed its black stick at the Tian-level expert provocatively. The latter was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, no one dared to go against the king beast's warning. Moreover, as time passed, the crack became bigger and bigger. The ferocious aura that emerged from it became stronger and stronger. 10 days later, the entire crack stopped erupting void energy and stabilized. The group of king beasts stayed there and waited for another 2 days. Boom. On the 3rd day, a surge of ferocious might erupted from the crack. Within this ferocious might, there was an existence comparable to the might of the heavens. Feeling the heavenly aura, the eyes of all the king beasts lit up. It was the aura that could only be released by a pure-blooded ancient beast. When the passage was formed, there was a huge tremor. The sound was not any weaker than when the rules appeared. It immediately woke up the ancient beasts who were in a deep sleep. It's the aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast. There really is a pure-blooded ancient beast. Could it be that the passage that left is with a pure-blooded ancient beast? Chapter 563. A tremor that was not weaker than the appearance of the rules startled the ancient beasts. Feeling the pressure of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, they had all sorts of guesses about what was going on behind the crack. Perhaps the only way out was behind the crack. They could no longer remain calm and appeared one after another. The pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Beside the black pool, the elder also appeared immediately after feeling the tremor. His deep gaze pierced through the void and stared at the crack in the void for a long time without saying a word. Sigh, let's go take a look. I feel like something is going to happen. After a long while, he let out a low sigh and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, The entire black pool began to tremble violently, splashing black water droplets. Feeling the ferocity of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, the ancient beast kings were very excited. Without any hesitation, they rushed into the crack as soon as it formed. In a flash of light, in less than a breath's time, a dozen ancient beast kings disappeared into the crack. As soon as the king-level beasts disappeared, the void started to tremble. Then, one after another huge beasts appeared. They were also king-level beasts. After appearing from the void, they rushed towards the passage. In just a few breaths, more than 20 ancient beast kings had entered the crack. The crack has opened. The ancient beast kings have gone in. Let's go in too. There's the pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast. There might really be a pure-blooded ancient beast inside. Let's go in quickly. The humans in the sky who were constantly sensing the crack exclaimed. After the ancient beast kings disappeared, they formed groups and rushed into the crack. Barbarians, you'd better not go in. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. A few celestial realm warriors and other strong cultivators were about to enter, but before that, a strong cultivator threatened them. That's right. If you dare to go in, I'll make sure you won't be able to return, Longxing said coldly. You'd better not go in. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Wu De, the sky martial artist, also threatened with a cold expression. As soon as the threat ended, they prepared to go in deeper. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. Since we'll die a horrible death if we go in, why don't we not go in? Let's fight here. Boom. At the same time, a surge of energy surged out, followed by two miserable shrieks. The two Zephyrs were killed in a single strike, losing their vitality and falling to the ground. As for the rest of the Zephyrs who were preparing to leave, they were stopped in midair by a stranger. With a raise of his hand, two Zephyrs were killed. Their expressions changed, and they did not dare to recklessly move forward. Who are you? You dare to attack our people? How dare you? Looking at this stranger, Wu De asked coldly. Zichen stood in the air and instantly restored his appearance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's you, Zichen. You. Seeing Zichen appear, the expressions of all the experts changed. As for Wang Qiong and the others, they had a faint smile on their faces. Obviously, they already knew Zichen's identity. Since you want to kill us so much, we don't want to let you live either. Since there is such a huge grudge between us, let's settle all our grudges today, Zichen said coldly. What? The others were stunned. Settle all their grudges here and now? What a joke. They were going to find pure-blooded ancient beasts in the crack. Zichen's appearance caused a small commotion. But compared to the crack, the latter was obviously more important. Therefore, even though they knew that there was going to be a big battle, no ancient beasts or humans were willing to stay and watch. Except for the Zephyrs from the opposing forces, everyone else and beasts rushed into the crack at the first moment. Seeing so many ancient beasts and humans rushing into the crack, the Zephyrs were anxious. But Zichen and the others had already stopped them and assumed battle stances. It was almost impossible for them to rush in. Very well, we will settle all our grudges today. Longxing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then, he leaped into the air and led a group of monsters toward Zichen. Kill. Zichen glanced at his opponent with murderous intent in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil ape rushed toward his opponent. The black rod in its hand began to dance, and a terrifying aura swept through the sky. Longxing was strong, but the devil ape, who had received the inheritance, was not weak either. It was strong enough to fight against him. The two of them fought fiercely in the air. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. Besides the devil ape, Wang Qiong and the others also rushed toward the other Zephyrs. After half a year of being hunted, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts. Now, all of it poured out. Shrill screams rang out in the next moment. As soon as the battle began, there were already casualties on the side of the Zephyrs. Wang Qiong and the others were all monsters. There was also Zhong Haotian, who would occasionally provide support. This fierce battle had slowly turned into a massacre. Why are they fighting just like that? Seeing the Zephyrs fighting with the other side, Wood was speechless. His expression changed, and he hesitated. He was in a dilemma. If you don't act now, when are you going to wait? Long Xing, who was fighting the devil ape, shouted when he saw that the others did not act. Should we fight or leave? The sky-level warrior next to him looked at Wood. The other 4 existences comparable to the sky-level warriors also looked at Wood. Obviously, they could not make a decision. Looking at the one-sided battle and Long Xing, who was suppressed by the devil ape, Wood pondered for a moment and said coldly, "Let's go. Quickly enter the crack passage. As for this idiot, we don't need to care about him." After saying that, Wood rushed toward the crack passage. The other experts followed one after another. Then, they followed behind. They did not know each other before and were not familiar with each other. They only came together because of Zi Chen. Now that Long Xing was fighting with the barbarians for his own selfish reasons, they naturally would not give up the crack passage for Long Xing. Damn it, they all left. Long Xing, who was fighting the devil ape, cursed when he saw that everyone had abandoned him and entered the crack passage. He was extremely angry. Then, he shouted, "Quickly retreat. Enter the crack passage." Obviously, Long Xing was not a fool. He knew that Zi Chen and the others were very powerful. It was impossible to kill them with just these people. Moreover, they might even die here. However, how could Zi Chen and Tyrant let him go so easily? They immediately attacked, followed by a series of energy explosions. Almost 4 existences comparable to the sky-level warriors joined hands. The battle was naturally one-sided. When Long Xing escaped to the crack passage, he had already suffered an unimaginable injury. He immediately swallowed a treasure pill and rushed into the crack passage. The monster race warriors he had brought with him were all killed outside. Kill. Zi Chen and the others quickly chased after them and rushed into the crack passage. Long Xing had sent people to chase after Wang Qiong and the others for half a year. Although they did not suffer a big loss, they attacked his friends because of their own grievances. It could be said that they had touched Zi Chen's bottom line and completely infuriated him. Long Xing had become a target that he had to kill. Behind the crack passage was an independent space, like a small world. As soon as Zi Chen and the others entered, they felt the pressure of the ancient beast in the air. This pressure gave them a very uncomfortable feeling. "Look, he's over there." As soon as they arrived, Wang Shan saw Long Xing, who was escaping quickly. "Die." Zi Chen's cold eyes swept over Long Xing. With a thought, a resplendent silver light flashed on his back, and the heavenly lightning wings appeared. The wings on his back shook, and a resplendent silver light flashed around him. He rushed toward Long Xing, as if he had teleported. In the next instant, Zi Chen was already in front of him. Under the other party's shocked gaze, Zi Chen punched. Golden light flashed, and this domineering punch landed on the other party's body, causing an explosion. Surging energy surged. Long Xing blocked this attack and was not injured. However, his body slowed down and he was forced back dozens of steps by Zi Chen. "You." Long Xing's face was filled with shock, but in the next instant, that shock turned into madness and despair. Tyrant and the devil ape had already caught up. The 3 of them surrounded Long Xing, afraid that Long Xing would counterattack before he died. Zi Chen did not let Wang Qiong and the others come over. "I said it's time for everything to end." Zi Chen's voice was cold. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Long Xing's expression was sinister and crazy. Other than them, there was no one else around. Clearly, there was no one else to help him. The Heaven Realm experts had already charged into the depths, so he had to put his life on the line. Because of a single mistake, he had caused the deaths of all the monstrous races. Now, he would also have to pay a heavy price for that mistake. Long Xing's strength was very strong, and the desperate Long Xing had become even crazier. Even with the 4 of them working together, he had persisted for a long time. Among them, Long Xing had even broken out of the encirclement several times, but Zi Chen had caught up with him using his extreme speed and sent him back. In the end, Long Xing was no match for the 4 of them. Many wounds appeared on his body, and the most fatal part was his chest. After receiving Zhong Haotian's shortkill attack, his eyes widened as he collapsed in a pool of blood. At this point, all the dragon men from the wasteland had died at Zi Chen's hands. Furthermore, 90% of the monstrous races they had brought with them had died. The monstrous races from the wasteland had all been wiped out. Looking at Long Xing's corpse, no one had any pity. Everyone's expression was cold. Monk even went forward to loot the corpse. There was a spirit ring and a space pendant. Within the space pendant, there were many corpses of ancient beasts. After killing Long Xing, the group continued on their journey. This time, the group carried out a carpet-style search and slaughter. Wherever they passed, they killed all the ancient beasts they saw. With so many people going through the baptism to increase their strength, the more ancient beasts they killed, the better. Moreover, this was a training ground. There was no such thing as mercy. During this period, the spirit-devouring rats had also led the group to discover many ancient herbs. As they went deeper, the traces of battle became more obvious. The aura of the ancient beasts in the air also became stronger. Boom! In the sky, there was an explosion of energy, and a terrifying aura of a king spread out. This is a king-level ancient beast fighting. Could it have discovered something? After sensing the aura of a king-level ancient beast, Zi Chen and the rest were surprised. After looking at each other, they followed the sound of the explosion and flew forward. Chapter 564. The energy between heaven and earth continued to surge, and the might of the kings was fully displayed. When Zi Chen and the rest saw the two kings fighting fiercely from afar, one of them was a single-horned hound, and the other was a lightning snake. The single-horned hound was as big as a mountain, with brown fur all over its body. Its sharp claws could crack rocks and penetrate gold, and the horn on its head was exceptionally sharp. It had incredible power. Every attack it made could shatter a mountain and destroy a large ancient forest. The lightning snake was hundreds of meters long, and its body was as thick as a water tank. Its body was covered in fine silver scales, and when it moved in the air, it was like a silver lightning raging between heaven and earth, releasing streaks of silver lightning. Boom! The two clashed, and the energy kept surging. Mountains were shattered, and trees were turned into dust. The powerful force created a shockwave that spread in all directions. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! Everyone stopped a few miles away and watched from afar, not daring to rush forward. As kings of the ancient beasts, their strength was terrifying. Among the human cultivators, no one was a match for them, including the Burning Man. I found the ancient medicine. Lightning snake, get out of my way. With a furious roar, the horn on the unicorn hound's forehead suddenly lit up, and an aura that made people's hearts palpitate appeared. Following this, a thick beam of light shot out from the unicorn hound, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it shot towards the lightning snake. Humph, I found it, you despicable single-horned hound. The lightning snake let out a cold voice, and the silver scales on its body shone, forming a protective shield. At the same time, the snake's tail was like a divine whip, turning into silver lightning, and hit the single-horned hound. Boom! There was a huge tremor between heaven and earth. The unicorn hound was sent flying, and a long bloody wound appeared on its body. However, the thick beam of light that it shot out also left a deep bloody hole on the lightning snake's body. Silver blood continued to fall from the sky. The two kings of the ancient beasts were obviously fighting fiercely. In the battlefield, terrifying energy surged, and it was like a scene of destruction. Fighting for an ancient medicine. When Zi Chen and the others heard this, they were puzzled. It was only an ancient medicine. Even the descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts would not make such a big fuss over it. However, two king ancient beasts did not care about their status and started a fight. The aura of an ancient medicine that's over 10,000 years old. Amidst the surging energy, the spirit-devouring rat's nose twitched, and its expression instantly changed. A 10,000-year-old ancient medicine. The expressions of Zi Chen and the others changed. That's right, this is definitely the aura of an ancient medicine that is over 10,000 years old. Moreover, this spiritual energy is extremely dense, comparable to that of an ancient medicine king. No wonder the two kings are fighting. Not only was the spirit-devouring rat's nose sensitive, its eyesight was also extremely shocking. Its little paw pointed forward and said, "Look, the ancient medicine is right there." Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw a dazzling ancient medicine growing in the middle of the endless destructive energy. The shockwaves from the battle between the two king tiers were shocking, but both of them deliberately suppressed the energy and protected the area below them. To be able to make two king ancient beasts fight, one could see that the value of this ancient medicine was extraordinary. Even to king ancient beasts, it was extraordinary. An ancient medicine comparable to an ancient medicine king must have existed for countless years. This thing's value is even higher than ordinary spiritual items, the spirit-devouring rat exclaimed, and its eyes began to shine. Last time, it had devoured a spiritual item and underwent a transformation. Now that the ancient medicine king was right in front of it, it was equivalent to a transformation in front of it. Higher than a spiritual item's value. This was a very appropriate comparison, and it instantly made Zichen and the tyrant understand the value of the ancient medicine king. The tyrant looked at the spirit-devouring rat and egged it on. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly go and take the ancient medicine king away. When the spirit-devouring rat heard this, its excited little face instantly fell. It said unhappily, "Do you want me to die? That's a battle between two king-level ancient beasts. If I burrow into the ground, even if I don't die from the shockwaves, I'll be obliterated by them the moment I pluck the ancient medicine king." A trace of disdain appeared in the tyrant's eyes. He curled his lips and said, "What unique spirit-devouring rat? You can't even get an ancient medicine king. What a waste." The spirit-devouring rat was furious, but it knew that it had some ability. It was unmoved by the tyrant's provocation. Instead, it mocked, "Aren't you very strong? You can even destroy the laws. Then go and get the ancient medicine." The tyrant was stunned, and then he flew into a rage. He sent the spirit-devouring rat flying with a slap and shouted, "You wastrel, how dare you speak to me like that?" This was an ancient medicine that was not weaker than a spiritual item, and it was obviously easier to seal. Once they obtained it, it would be equivalent to obtaining 2 times the number of ancient beasts. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, who would dare to make a move in front of 2 king ancient beasts? This was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. If they were not careful, they might be swallowed by the tiger. The tyrant and the spirit-devouring rat were still chattering. Zichen's gaze was fixed on the ancient medicine in front of him, and his expression kept changing. Seeing Zichen's expression, Wang Xian'er asked worriedly, You can't really want to go, right? It's very dangerous." Zichen looked at Wang Xian'er, and then at the rest, and said in a deep voice, "I want to give it a try. You guys take a detour and go deeper into the forest. No, these are 2 king ancient beasts. You will die." Wang Xian'er rejected Zichen's suggestion directly, and her face was filled with worry. "It's okay, I have my extreme speed." "You have extreme speed, but you don't have the defensive power to match it. Once you are grazed by the energy, you will be severely injured. At that time, it's too dangerous." Wang Xian'er said loudly, "We have already obtained enough this time. There's no need to risk our lives for an ancient medicine. Moreover, we will offend 2 king ancient beasts because of it." Wang Xian'er's words made sense. It was not worth it to do so. At this moment, everyone was also against Zichen risking his life. "Let's go. Since there is an ancient medicine king here, there must be a second one. With the spirit-devouring rat, our harvest will definitely not be any weaker than the king ancient beasts," Monk said solemnly. "That's right. I have the confidence to bring you guys to the other ancient medicine king. You have to know that I am the one and only spirit-devouring rat," the spirit-devouring rat said wittily. "There's no need to say any more. I know what I'm doing. You guys go deeper now, and I will catch up soon." Zichen was still insistent. Everyone was helpless. Even Wang Xian'er could not persuade him, let alone them. "Everyone, let's go. I believe in Zichen," Zhong Haotian, who had always been cold, suddenly said. Helpless, the rest could only nod and signal Zichen to be careful. Then, they turned and left. After the spirit-devouring rat explained the value of spiritual items and the effects of the ancient medicine king, everyone's mood became very heavy. Obviously, Chen was determined to snatch this ancient medicine king so that everyone could undergo the baptism. Everyone retreated and took a detour into the depths. Chen took a deep breath and stared straight ahead. This place only opened once every 1,000 years, and it was also the only chance in his life to reach this place. Naturally, he could not miss it. Moreover, he also needed this ancient medicine king so that everyone could undergo the baptism. And the more baptisms, the better. Huff. As he breathed out his last breath, Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he, who was hidden in the void, sped towards the ancient medicine king's location. Lightning appeared under his feet, displaying his extreme speed. When he reached the area where the king ancient beast's energy was fluctuating, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the silver wings flapped, Chen's speed increased again. He had already appeared from the void and was in the midst of the king ancient beast's destructive energy. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be torn apart by the strong winds and huge waves at any time. Relying on his extreme speed, Chen's figure kept changing as he tried to pass through the weak points of the turbulent energy. From there, he smoothly approached the ancient medicine king. Chen's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the two king ancient beasts. However, they did not pay much attention to him. After all, they were very clear about the strength of the human preliminary cultivators. Puff. Within the energy storm, Chen had already advanced 100 meters. As the energy became more turbulent, he was carelessly brushed by the energy and immediately coughed up blood. The moment the faint golden blood appeared, it was turned into nothingness by the raging energy. At the same time, Chen's sleeve was also crushed by the destructive energy. Passing through the violent energy was like crossing a wooden bridge. Once one lost one's footing, one would fall into a bottomless abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Everything happened very quickly. On the silver wings, the light kept flashing. Chen turned into a ray of silver light and passed through the weak points of the energy. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood, he rushed out of the turbulent energy and arrived at the place where the ancient medicine king was. The ancient medicine king was 1 foot tall. It emitted a bright light and a rich spiritual energy. It was gorgeous and eye-catching. As he inhaled a mouthful of spiritual energy into his stomach, Chen instantly felt that the injuries on his body had weakened. Then, his eyes lit up. Clearly, this stalk of ancient medicine king was comparable to a treasure pill even without being refined. Hence, without another word, he flapped his wings and appeared in front of the ancient medicine king in a flash. He stretched out his hand to grab the ancient medicine king. Hey! A cry of surprise rang out in the sky. The two king ancient beasts who were fighting fiercely felt that Chen had rushed out of the turbulent energy alive. Therefore, they lowered their heads and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with surprise. With a glance, they saw the heavenly thunder wings on Chen's back. Immediately, their expressions changed. It's him. The human who destroyed the rules. The battle that day was sensational. There was almost no ancient beast who did not know about Chen and the other three. Moreover, the heavenly thunder wings on Chen's back were so special. Even though they had shrunk to 2 meters in size, they could still recognize them at a glance. However, after the shock, they were furious. This was because they saw Chen standing beside the ancient medicine king. Moreover, he had taken the ancient medicine and soil into the purple gold gourd. Damn it! Stop it! The energy in the sky suddenly became violent. The horn on the horned hound's forehead shot out a thick beam of light. It carried a destructive aura as it rushed towards Chen. At the same time, the lightning snake's body emitted a bright silver light. In an instant, it shot out hundreds of silver lightning bolts. Its target was Chen. P.S. I really couldn't do it yesterday. If I had described the scene of Dragonstar's death in greater detail, and added in the various moves, I would have been able to make it into a chapter. But that would be too lame. So, even if I didn't update a chapter, I still wanted to make it less lame. That way, I would be able to answer to my readers, even if there weren't many of them. Chapter 565. After keeping the ancient medicine, the wings on Chen's back flapped once again. With a speed comparable to teleportation, he disappeared from his original spot. Boom! A thick and terrifying beam of light descended from the sky, instantly drowning the place where the ancient Medicine King had been. As the energy surged, a 100-meter-deep hole was blasted open in the ground. Boundless energy swept through the deep hole, spreading in all directions. The lightning snake's attack also covered a 100-meter-wide area. It was an indiscriminate attack. This area was instantly covered by the destructive energy. Not to mention the human trial takers, even the king-level ancient beasts would be injured by the terrifying energy if they rashly entered this area. As expected, faint golden blood splattered everywhere. The human who had snatched the ancient Medicine King was injured. However, it was only an injury. In the next moment, the latter flapped his wings and turned into a ray of silver light, escaping into the distance. During this time, the energy of heaven and earth was still surging wildly. As a result, Zichen was once again shaken to the point of coughing up blood. However, that was all. With the heavenly thunder wings, his speed had reached a true limit. Even the king-level ancient beasts could only look up to this extreme speed. The king-level ancient beasts that did not attack immediately were only slightly stunned. They saw that the human had already rushed out of the turbulent energy range. After reaching the edge of the turbulent energy range, the human's speed had more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Immediately after, he disappeared from their spiritual senses. Seeing the human coughing up blood while increasing his speed, the two king-level ancient beasts were completely dumbfounded. Then, they looked at each other. In the end, they let out an earth-shaking roar and chased after him. However, it was a pity that at the end of their vision and spiritual senses, there was nothing. The human had already disappeared. Wang Qiong and the rest did not go very far. When they heard the king-level ancient beast's roars, their faces were filled with worry. Fortunately, Zichen caught up with them not long after. How was it? When the worried crowd saw Zichen return, they could not help but ask. It was easy. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up blood again. His face turned pale and he almost collapsed. Everyone was shocked and quickly supported Zichen. I'm fine. It's just an energy shock. I'll recover soon, Zichen said nonchalantly. Now that we have the ancient Medicine King, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when the two ancient beast kings catch up, Zichen said. Everyone asked again and got a positive answer. After confirming that Zichen's injuries were not serious, they sped up their journey. Just as Zichen had said, the two ancient beast kings had caught up to them as soon as they escaped. While Zichen was running at top speed, he was slowly recovering from his injuries. After running for an hour, his injuries were completely healed. Such astonishing recovery ability also made the crowd click their tongues in amazement. They couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Zichen's physique. Because they were worried that the king-level ancient beasts would chase after them, under the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, the group deliberately took a detour before slowly entering the depths. Just for an ancient Medicine King, they didn't believe that the two ancient beast kings would chase after them all over the world and give up such a good opportunity to explore the depths. Zichen's guess was correct. The two ancient beast kings went straight for the depths. During this time, they didn't find any traces of Zichen, so they didn't turn back to search for him. Instead, they went straight for the depths. They were naturally unwilling to let an ancient Medicine King be snatched away. However, entering the depths was more important. As for Zichen, he was already on their minds. Once he appeared, they would definitely kill him. There were almost no traces of humans or beasts in the outer regions. The moment they appeared, they went straight for the depths. This was a region that no humans or beasts had set foot in for a long time. Naturally, there were many extraordinary things here. Many humans and beasts gathered here, directly causing chaos in the depths. As they went deeper and deeper, both humans and beasts reaped bountiful rewards. Just the ancient Medicine King alone had already reached the age of 10,000 years old. Among them, there were some ancient medicines that were close to 10,000 years old. Humans killed humans, humans killed beasts Beasts killed beasts. Battles, blood, and slaughter caused this place to become incomparably chaotic. It had become a true Azura hell. Multicolored blood constantly splattered. Beasts roared, howled, and screeched. Intense battles weren't just between the ancient beasts. Even the ancient beast kings were fighting. Just as Chen and the others, who had purposely taken a long detour, were still rejoicing over the ancient medicines they found, the humans in the depths had already begun to fight for the ancient medicine king. What dense spiritual chi! What is that? Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rats, everyone took a detour and began to go deeper. This was a region that neither humans nor ancient beasts had set foot in. They discovered a dried-up pool. The pool was originally several hundred meters wide, but now it was completely dried up. Only the center of the pool still had a small pool of water the size of a washbasin that emitted a jade-green light. The sharp spirit-devouring rats had already sensed a dense spiritual chi from the jade-green light. They immediately charged forward. The small pool of liquid emitted a dense spiritual chi and rippled with jade-green light. When everyone saw it, their eyes lit up. Then, they sped up with the spirit-devouring rats. When they got closer and saw the liquid, everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, what is this? Is this liquefied elemental essence? Looking at the basin-sized pool, Tyrant's eyes widened. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. As for the others, they were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The small pool of liquid in the pool was actually all liquefied elemental essence. Moreover, the quality was very high. One had to know that liquefied elemental essence was sold in drops, but there was a small pool of it in front of them. If this small puddle was divided into drops, then there should be about 1,000 drops. 1,000 drops of high-quality liquefied elemental essence. What kind of situation was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their breathing became hurried. 1,000 drops of high-quality liquefied elemental essence represented endless wealth. We're rich. We're rich. Tyrant cried out excitedly. The others' expressions weren't much better than Tyrant's. Over 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence. Chen also sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed. Even he was shocked by this small pool of liquefied elemental essence. Take it, take it. The excited Tyrant was the first to pounce on the liquefied elemental essence. His eyes shone with greed. Bang! Chen acted at the right time. He kicked away the Tyrant who was pouncing on the liquefied elemental essence and said in a low voice, "Fair distribution." When the spirit-devouring rats saw this, they covered their mouths and hid off to the side, secretly laughing. The dissatisfied Tyrant, on the other hand, was grinning again after Chen gave him over 100 drops of liquefied elemental essence. The liquefied elemental essence was divided among the group. Everyone received over 100 drops. As for the devilish ape and the spirit-devouring rats, they were put away by Chen for safekeeping. After taking away the liquefied elemental essence, everyone began to pay attention to the pool. Soon, an unrealistic idea appeared in their minds. Could it be that there was a pool of liquefied elemental essence here many years ago? In the Bedlam lands, liquefied elemental essence was auctioned off by the drop. The previous small pool of liquefied elemental essence had already shocked them greatly. Now, the huge pool in front of them was very likely filled with liquefied elemental essence. This made them even more incredulous. But when the spirit-devouring rats sensed the spiritual energy in the cracked earth, everyone had no choice but to believe that there had been a pool of liquefied elemental essence here. What is this place? There's actually such a large pool of liquefied elemental essence here. Obviously, no one would answer this question, nor would anyone give an answer. Thus, after collecting the liquefied elemental essence, they continued to explore deeper. This time, they were surprisingly successful. They found several ancient medicines. Ancient Medicine King, heavens, it really is an ancient medicine king. The excited voice of the spirit-devouring rats rang out again. There was an ancient medicine king in front of them. It was even older than the previous ones, and there were no king beasts to fight for it. When Chen collected the ancient medicine king by the roots, he still felt like he was dreaming. He didn't dare to believe it. It seemed that everything had gone too smoothly. Moreover, just this day's harvest was enough for them to have a better life in the Bedlam lands in the future. They all sighed. The ancient battlefield was indeed a treasure trove. When they reached the depths, the spirit-devouring rats found a second ancient medicine king that no ancient beasts fought over. Everything was so illusory and unbelievable. But this was indeed the truth. They had obtained a total of 3 ancient medicine kings. When they reached the depths, they heard a series of energy explosions. These were the sounds of people fighting. Moreover, the sounds of battle were very chaotic. All kinds of sounds rose and fell continuously. Clearly, this was a chaotic battle. What's going on? Zichen and the others didn't know what was going on. They continued to go deeper. Then, they saw a sky full of turbulent energy. All kinds of attacks filled heaven and earth. The humans formed groups and launched powerful attacks at the ancient beasts. As blood splattered, an ancient beast crashed to the ground, dead. At the same time, there were also ancient beasts that formed an alliance and began to attack the human camp. For a time, the humans screamed miserably as corpses fell one after another. In addition, there were also battles between humans and beasts. This was simply a crazy and chaotic battle. Apart from a few factions, everyone else and beasts became enemies and targets to be killed. That's an ancient medicine king. They're fighting over it. Amidst a cry of alarm, the group found out the reason for the crazy chaotic battle. It was caused by ancient medicine kings. Moreover, based on visual inspection, there were at least 5 or 6 ancient medicine kings on the battlefield. So many ancient medicine kings were enough to attract the attention of many king beasts. It was also enough to cause a battle between king beasts. However, the group quickly discovered that there was not a single king beast participating in the battle. Not a single king beast is here. Could it be that they all went into the depths? There's something more precious than an ancient medicine king there. Zichen frowned slightly. Chapter 566. The monk and the demon ape took the lead, with Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and the rest as support. They charged directly into the chaotic battlefield. They were like a sharp blade, directly slicing apart the chaotic battlefield, crushing everything in their path. With a single charge, they arrived in front of an ancient medicine king. Collect! Just as the monk shouted, a figure walked out of the void. It was Zhong Haotian. He instantly collected an ancient herb king. Simple, direct, and violent. When the ancient herb king was in his hands, the sound of corpses falling to the ground could be heard. Other than humans, there were also ancient beasts. The human corpses were put aside, while the ancient beasts' corpses were quickly collected by LV Peng. The intense chaotic battle had a short pause because of these people's forceful intervention. These people's combat power was abnormally strong. As soon as they arrived, they actually snatched an ancient herb king. After the ancient herb king was collected by Zhong Haotian, the battle that had just stopped erupted again. Everyone's eyes were red from the killing, and they fell into a frenzy. At this moment, no one cared if you were a powerful existence that could kill the rules, and no one cared if your combat power was comparable to that of a sky martial artist. At this moment, everyone only cared about the ancient herb king. In the eyes of many humans, there was only the ancient herb king. Other than that, there was nothing else. Therefore, after a short pause due to the shock of the battle, an even more chaotic and intense battle broke out. Kill, target the second ancient herb king. The monk held the demon subduing pestle, and his body flashed with endless golden light. He pointed at the second ancient herb king. He, who was supposed to be benevolent and dignified, now looked ferocious and greedy. Boom! Waves of energy surged. With the second ancient herb king as their target, the monk and the demon ape rushed forward again. An intense and chaotic battle broke out. The monk and the rest rushed toward the second ancient herb king. Everywhere they passed, a large number of corpses fell, forming a vacuum. Zichen did not join the battle. He only scanned the battlefield and found no traces of the ancient beast king. Even the burning man did not appear. Did they all enter the depths? Zichen frowned and gazed into the depths of the cave, but there was nothing there, and there was no energy fluctuation. Boom! Amidst a loud noise, a human was sent flying by an ancient beast. His body flew backward for more than 10 miles, and he had already lost his vitality. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank. He saw his opponent's figure touch a ripple as he was flying backwards. Then, his figure disappeared into the ripple. There's another space there. The ancient beast king and the flaming man are inside. Zichen's expression fluctuated. He was almost certain that the true experts had all entered. Following that, the lightning wings around his body flashed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the depths of the battlefield. "You guys stay outside. Don't go in." After leaving behind a voice transmission, Zichen's figure disappeared into the ripples. As soon as he arrived at the other side of the ripple, he felt a strong, ferocious aura. This was the terrifying aura that only pure-blooded ancient beasts could possess. Following that, a series of violent explosions rang out as the aura of kings wreaked havoc in the sky. All the ancient beast kings were here, and they were all fighting fiercely. The intensity of the battle was dozens of times stronger and more tragic than the outside world. Resplendent bloodlight scattered in the sky. All kinds of powerful energy filled the world. The powerful ancient beast kings were also injured continuously. Colorful blood fell from the sky like pearls. The eyes of the ancient beast kings were all red as if they were in a frenzy. They displayed their strongest attacks. This was an intense battle where they did not care about their lives. They wanted nothing more than to tear their opponents apart. For the ancient beast kings to be so crazy, something must have appeared in the depths. It was very likely that a true pure-blooded ancient beast had appeared. Hence, Zichen landed on the ground and carefully approached the mountain ridge. After advancing for more than 10 miles, he saw the burning man hiding in front of him. He did not have the strength to participate in the Battle of Kings. Right now, he was wandering around outside the turbulent energy, as if looking for an opportunity to pass through the turbulent energy. The energy between heaven and earth continued to surge. Ancient mountains and ancient trees exploded one after another. Endless smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sun. Zichen was unable to see through the turbulent energy to see what was in the depths. However, from the increasingly terrifying aura of the ancient beast kings, he felt an unusual aura. Hey! Suddenly, Zichen let out a cry of surprise. He saw that the blood of the ancient beast kings all dissipated after falling to the ground. It was as if it had seeped into the soil. This discovery made Zichen pale with fright. It had to be known that no matter what ancient beast king's blood he saw along the way, it would not dissipate after falling to the ground. That was because ancient beast king's blood contained an indescribable power. But now, the ancient beast king's blood that was left behind by the ancient beast kings suddenly disappeared after falling to the ground and turning into blood pearls. Regarding this discovery, Zichen hid in the distance and carefully observed. After a while, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A feeling of horror rose in his heart. The ancient beast king's blood had actually disappeared. It was as if something had suddenly swallowed and absorbed it. Could it be that the one emitting the ancient beast king's aura is a living existence? Furthermore, it has suffered heavy injuries and is currently absorbing the ancient beast king's blood to heal. This guess caused Zichen's expression to change greatly. The coldness that had just risen in his heart became even stronger. Looking at the ancient beast kings, they all looked crazed and greedy, as if they wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. It was as if they did not notice the abnormality of this place. Zichen's loss of self-control caused his aura to dissipate. The burning man keenly sensed Zichen's existence. He turned his head and looked at Zichen with cold eyes. "What did you discover? What's in here?" Zichen stared at the burning man from afar and asked. The burning man snorted coldly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He turned his head and ignored Zichen. However, looking at the burning man's appearance, it seemed that he still wanted to go deeper. Could it be that there's really something inside? What is it? Pure-blooded ancient beast king's essence blood? Zichen pondered. After a while, he made up his mind. He decided to continue staying here and observe the situation. Obviously, The battle between the ancient beast kings would not end in a short period of time. Moreover, it was too dangerous to rush in now. As time passed, the intensity of the battle between the ancient beast kings decreased. Although the battle was still going on and various explosions were still loud, the ancient beast kings gave off a feeling that they were not paying attention. The ancient beast kings are obviously discussing about joining forces. This battle should be over soon. Zichen only needed a glance to understand what was going on. After attacking for a long time, the ancient beast kings that were not inferior to humans naturally wanted to find a way to break this stalemate. Indeed, in a short while, the ancient beast kings that had just calmed down launched another powerful attack. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious and were all full attacks. Boom! Amidst a violent explosion, a king-level ancient beast king that had just unleashed a full power attack was struck by 7 or 8 attacks. Several bloody holes appeared on its body, and colorful blood flowed out from the wounds. The king-level ancient beast king let out a wail as its huge body fell to the ground. Damn it! You guys actually went back on your words. The ancient beast kings let out a furious roar. Clearly, it had been ambushed by the other ancient beast kings. Before it could stabilize its body in the air, it was swept away by the energy of several ancient beast kings. Then, its wail turned into a scream. After the miserable shrieks faded away, a king-level ancient beast had been killed. A powerful ancient beast king was killed in just 2 attacks by the ancient beast kings. At the same time, there were several screams in the sky. One by one, the ancient beast kings that had lost their lives after being ambushed fell to the ground. The mournful sound caused Zichen's hair to stand on end. The sound of the king-level ancient beasts smashing onto the ground made his heart tremble. In an instant, several powerful king-level beasts were killed. Damn it! You guys dared to ambush me. Even if I die, I won't let you guys have it. A severely injured ancient beast king let out a venomous roar. Then, it turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths. Stop it. Damn it, stop it. Panicked cries rang out in the area. Then, the other king-level beasts all launched powerful attacks in an attempt to stop the other party. However, the ancient beast king from before was already determined to die. It burned its soul and a powerful aura surged around it. Then, it rushed into the depths. The energy in the sky slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zichen saw the thing in front of him. His eyes narrowed and were filled with disbelief. In the depths, there was a tall platform that looked like an altar. On top of the altar, there was a glowing egg. In the entire space, the ferocious aura of the pure-blooded ancient beast kings was emitted from this glowing egg. At this moment, the ancient beast king that had gone berserk rushed towards the glowing egg. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around it as it attacked the glowing egg. Boom! A surge of energy instantly surged. The ancient beast king's powerful attack had already landed on the glowing egg. Now, at this moment, the ancient beast king's attention was on the glowing egg. The Burning Man also took the opportunity to rush into the depths. Seeing this, Zichen turned into a ray of silver light and chased after the ancient beast king. The aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast king was emitted from the glowing egg. Clearly, it was a true pure-blooded ancient beast king's descendant. Even though the glowing egg was shattered, there was still a huge amount of energy essence inside. Zichen naturally did not want to miss it. Boom! With a loud rumble, the glowing egg on the altar began to shake. Even the altar began to shake. However, before the ancient beast king could laugh, it realized that the shaking egg no longer moved. What? Chapter 567. The berserk ancient beast king unleashed an attack with the determination to die. Unexpectedly, the light egg only trembled slightly before it stopped moving. Its eyes were wide open in shock. At the same time, the other ancient beast kings were also shocked. They did not expect the light egg to have such a strong defense that it could withstand the powerful attack of the ancient beast king. Subsequently, they all revealed relieved expressions. I don't believe it. Break. After being severely injured and burning its soul, the ancient beast king did not have much life left. The shock in its eyes turned into unwillingness and madness in the next moment as it unleashed another attack. Its sharp claws shone brightly as they tore the space apart. A sharp whistling sound was heard as the claws landed on the light egg. The ancient Beast King's claws were bigger than the light egg. At this moment, it landed with a powerful force. Other than wanting to shatter the light egg, the ancient Beast King had other thoughts in its mind. It wanted to shatter the light egg and absorb the pure-blooded ancient beast essence within. It might even be able to heal its severely injured body and evolve again. That would give it a chance to live. As expected of the ancient Beast King. In such a short period of time, its seemingly crazy actions had a deep meaning behind them. Buzz. Just as the powerful attack was about to land, the light egg suddenly vibrated. Following which, an even brighter light surged out from the light egg. The ancient Beast King's attack landed on the light egg. Terrifying energy vibrated as the powerful force rushed towards the light egg. However, such a powerful attack did not cause any ripples. It was just like a clay ox entering the sea. After all the energy reached the light egg, it was blocked by the light curtain and disappeared. On top of that, the King Ancient Beast also felt a suction force being emitted from the light egg, firmly sucking its huge sharp claws onto the light egg. After struggling for a while, the Ancient Beast King realized that it could not break free from the light egg. Its expression changed instantly. Following which, it felt a powerful suction force from the light egg. This force was so strong that it instantly enveloped its body. No. Under the suction force, the ancient Beast King felt an aura of death rushing towards it. It let out a terrified cry. Following which, its huge body was enveloped by the light of the light egg. In the next moment, the ancient Beast King's huge body started to shrink and shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrified ancient Beast King let out a miserable shriek. Hearing the miserable screams and seeing the mountain-like body of the ancient Beast King rapidly shrinking, the eyes of all of the ancient beasts were filled with horror. This was the pure-blooded ancient beast's egg of light that they had risked their lives to obtain. It actually possessed such an incredible ability. Seeing this scene, the flaming man, who had been rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, also had fear in his eyes. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He instantly stopped, turned around, and ran away as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. At the same time, Zi Chen, who was also rushing over, saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately changed direction and rushed towards a king-level beast corpse. Then, he used his fastest speed to store the king-level beast corpse into the purple gold gourd. Zi Chen was even more shocked when he sensed that more than half of the ancient Beast King's blood essence had been lost in the purple gold gourd. Such a change not only shocked the humans here, but also the other king-level ancient beasts. They stood in the air and looked down in shock. They saw with their own eyes the life force and essence of the ancient Beast King's body being forcefully absorbed by the Egg of Light. In less than a minute, the king-level ancient Beast King, which was comparable to a mountain peak, turned into a dried corpse. All of its essence was gone. Bang! With a soft sound, the king-level ancient Beast King's dried corpse suddenly exploded. Then, it disappeared into thin air. Both humans and beasts were shocked by this scene. They all fell into a daze. The surroundings were deathly silent. How could this be? Zi Chen's eyes were filled with fear. He planned to leave this place. As for the flaming man, he was incomparably decisive. He had already retreated to where the ripples were. Bang! 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 In the silent heaven and earth, a few soft sounds suddenly rang out. The king-level ancient Beast King's corpse that had fallen to the ground turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Clearly, the essence of the corpses had been completely devoured. How could this be? The eyes of all the king-level ancient beasts were filled with fear. Their expressions were even more hesitant. It's just an egg of light. Let's smash it open. In the silent heaven and earth, a king-level ancient Beast King's roar suddenly rang out. Boom! Violent energy surged. The king-level ancient Beast King that had spoken had already launched an attack. It launched a fierce attack at the Egg of Light. On the altar, the Egg of Light trembled once again. Then, it stopped moving. This attack still did not break through its defense. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Let's break this Egg of Light first. Another king-level ancient beast king spoke. It was actually the old demonic leopard. It had already seen Zi Chen. However, with the strange egg of light present, it did not have the time to deal with him. As the old demonic leopard finished speaking, it also launched a powerful attack. The egg of light trembled under the energy attack. There should be an unhatched pure-blooded ancient beast inside. Everyone, attack with all your strength. After breaking it open, devour its essence. That's right. Attack with all your strength. Break it open. More king-level ancient beasts began to respond. Then, they all joined forces and launched powerful attacks. At this moment, dozens of king-level ancient beasts joined forces. The attacks were extremely terrifying. The entire space shook violently. Boom. However, on the altar, the egg of light only trembled. Even the powerful attacks could not break through the egg of light's defense. Although the egg of light remained unscathed, the altar exploded with a loud bang, turning into fine powder amidst the destructive energy. After that, the egg of light fell to the ground and rolled a few times. After losing the altar, the light on the egg of light actually dimmed a lot. Although the egg of light still had the ferocity of a pure-blooded ancient beast, the light was not as bright as before. It's working. Everyone, attack with all your strength. The king-level ancient beasts naturally noticed the abnormality. Their eyes lit up with joy. It seemed that breaking the egg of light was very promising. However, with the lesson from before, they did not dare to rashly go forward to investigate. They could only continue to launch attacks in the air. After losing the altar, the light on the egg of light was no longer as bright. However, its defense did not weaken at all. It was still as terrifying as before. Many attacks hit the egg of light, causing it to roll on the ground. However, they could not break through the egg of light. As more and more attacks hit the egg of light, the light on the egg of light became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, it looked like an ordinary egg. Moreover, with each attack, the egg of light would be sent flying dozens or even hundreds of meters away. It seemed that other than its powerful defense, there was nothing special about the egg of light. After attacking for a long time without breaking through the egg's defense, the group of ancient beasts stopped attacking. They once again flew into the air, their gazes and spiritual senses landing on the egg below. Zi Chen had already flashed far away and watched from afar. He was not in a hurry to leave. As for the burning man, he also stayed beside Lieni and looked over. The group of ancient beasts watched for a long time in the air, but they still could not see anything special. One of the king-level ancient beasts suddenly looked at the old demonic leopard and suggested, "Old demonic leopard, they all say that your saber-toothed blade is extremely sharp. Why don't you try and see if you can break this egg with one attack?" Hearing this, the old demonic leopard's heart trembled. He said indifferently, "My saber-toothed blade is not as sharp as the horn of the single-horned dog. I should let it try." The group of king-level ancient beasts looked at the single-horned dog. The latter's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he did not get angry. He said directly, "If everyone thinks so, then I can try." Hearing this, the group of king-level ancient beasts all nodded. Some of them even complimented him. After that, the single-horned dog attacked in front of the group of king-level ancient beasts. A terrifying beam of light shot out from its horn and landed heavily on the egg. Pang! With a loud explosion, the egg was sent flying dozens of meters away. After the destructive energy on the beam of light dissipated, it still did not break. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes of the king-level ancient beasts, the single-horned dog shook his head and said, "You all saw it. I can't break through the egg's defense." The group of king-level ancient beasts was furious. They thought to themselves, "We asked you to attack with your horn. Who asked you to attack from afar? Single-horned dog, this is your fault. We meant for you to attack the egg with your horn. We didn't say that you could attack from afar." The old demonic leopard was dissatisfied. The single-horned dog smiled. Although he wanted to tear the old demonic leopard apart, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he transmitted, "My horn's close combat power is not much stronger than the previous attack. I have to admit that the egg's defense is very strong. But you, old demonic leopard, can try using your saber-toothed blade." As long as it did not involve them, the group of king-level ancient beasts were easy to deal with. At this moment, their gazes landed on the old demonic leopard again. The old demonic leopard hesitated for a moment, but he sneered in his heart. In the end, he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give it a try." Before everyone could rejoice, a huge saber-toothed blade in the old demonic leopard's mouth began to shine. Then, it left his body and turned into a beam of light, slashing down on the egg. Clang! With a resounding sound, the huge egg was sent flying again. After that attack, the saber-toothed blade also returned, undamaged. Seeing this scene, the king-level ancient beast's expressions changed slightly. Its defense is indeed very strong. Let me try again. The old demonic leopard let out a hearty laugh. Then, another saber-toothed blade left his body and slashed at the huge egg at the same time as the previous one. The resounding sound continued as the huge egg danced in the air. The old demonic leopard was also controlling the saber-toothed blade, but it was almost ineffective. During the continuous slashing, the old demonic leopard was also sensing the huge egg. He found that the egg seemed to have become an ordinary object. Apart from its strong defense, there was nothing special about it. Chapter 568. Sensing that there was nothing wrong with the egg even after being lifted up by the energy, the old demonic leopard's eyes revealed a trace of joy. It thought that it had figured out the egg, and thus had some special thoughts in its mind. The two sword fangs returned to their original position. The group of beast kings looked at the old demonic leopard and asked. The old demonic leopard shook its head, saying, "The defense is indeed very strong. I can't break through it. Everyone, don't just watch my performance. You can all give it a try." The other beast kings shook their heads like rattles. The lesson from before was still vivid in their minds. The miserable shrieks of the beast kings were still echoing in their ears. They didn't dare to touch the egg casually. After hearing the old demonic leopard's words, they all became humble, saying that they weren't strong enough. Then, they began to compliment the old demonic leopard, saying that the battle strength of the saber-toothed demonic leopard race was one of the best among the beast kings. Everyone had always admired the battle strength of the saber-toothed demonic leopard race like a torrential river. If such words were said on other occasions, the beast kings would naturally snort in disdain. TSK, the saber-toothed demonic leopard was just a lucky bastard. What pure-blooded beast! Trash. But now, under such circumstances, where no one was willing to risk their lives, there was no harm in complimenting the old demonic leopard. Hearing the compliments, the old demonic leopard's face clearly showed a smug expression, saying, "Since everyone says so, then I'll appear disloyal if I continue to decline. Let me try again with my peak attack." Hearing this, the other beasts all laughed, saying that the old demonic leopard was indeed a good friend, worthy of deep friendship. Hee hee. The old demonic leopard was also laughing inwardly, cursing these beasts for using it as a tool. Naturally, the old demonic leopard wasn't that stupid. It was willing to take action now because it had other plans in mind. This egg is very strange. I'm going to launch a powerful attack. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. I suggest that everyone stay a little further away from me, the old demonic ape said, putting on a righteous appearance. When the group of ancient beast kings heard this, other than a few whose expressions changed slightly, the rest of the ancient beast kings retreated. In the distance, Zi Chen looked at the sky, not understanding what they were going to do. The flame man's eyes were also full of doubts. Boom! Energy surged around the old demonic leopard's body as the might of a king was fully displayed. The two sword fangs in his mouth flickered with a brilliant light, as if he was really preparing to launch a powerful attack. The old demonic leopard's expression turned grave as the energy in his body continued to rise to the peak. The surrounding king beasts also retreated further away, afraid of being affected. However, a strange light flashed in the unicorn hound's eyes, and a trace of savagery appeared in the lightning snake's eyes. At this moment, the attention of all the ancient beasts was focused on the old devil leopard. No one noticed that the old devil leopard's spiritual sense had already landed on the giant egg and had been observing it for a long time. It was now completely sure that the giant egg had become ordinary. It no longer had the strange devouring power from before. Moreover, it guessed that the giant egg's devouring power came from the altar. Amidst the turbulent energy, the old demonic leopard had already made its move. It turned into a resplendent green light as it rushed towards the giant egg. The energy within its body had been raised to the peak. This was a genuine and powerful attack. Peng! A burst of energy landed on the giant egg, producing a loud bang. The giant egg was instantly sent flying, but its powerful defense still managed to block this attack. This was an energy attack, not a sword attack. The expressions of all the ancient beasts changed. However, the old demonic leopard clearly still had a backup plan. It turned into a green light again and rushed towards the flying giant egg. The two sword fangs in the old demonic leopard's mouth emitted a dazzling light as a heart-palpitating aura spread out. Clearly, this was a real physical attack. All the king beasts widened their eyes. Chen and the Burning Man also held their breaths. The old demonic leopard arrived in front of the giant egg in the blink of an eye. However, there was no sound of energy explosion. When the old demonic leopard approached the giant egg, the surging energy around its body was completely withdrawn. Moreover, it grabbed the giant egg and turned into a ray of light as it fled towards the ripple. The old demonic leopard ran away with the giant egg. Such a scene instantly stunned the other king beasts. They didn't even have time to react. In the distance, Chen was also dumbfounded. This old demonic leopard was indeed extremely daring. It actually dared to snatch the giant egg in front of dozens of king beasts. Old demonic leopard, stop right there. Just as the old demonic leopard started to flee, a cold voice resounded. Then, a ray of light shot towards the old demonic leopard. It was the unicorn dog. It had long since sensed the abnormality of the old demonic leopard, so it didn't let down its guard. Seeing the old demonic leopard running away with the huge egg, and the fact that the huge egg didn't try to devour it, it immediately rushed over. Its horn emitted a brilliant light as it launched a powerful attack. Seeing the unicorn dog's attack, the old demonic leopard's expression became distorted. It then extended its other claw to block the unicorn dog's attack. You're so arrogant. Don't tell me you really think your battle strength is one of the best here. I was just praising you before. Seeing the old demonic leopard merely extending a claw to block it, the unicorn dog had a trace of disdain in its eyes. It inwardly increased its strength by 30%. PFFF, green blood splattered as the old demonic leopard's claw was instantly pierced through by the unicorn dog's horn. However, the old demonic leopard didn't howl in pain. Instead, its distorted expression had an additional trace of schadenfreude. Then, the unicorn dog felt a powerful suction force from the old demonic leopard's claw. Under this suction force, the unicorn dog's essence, blood and life force were rapidly drained. The unicorn dog's expression greatly changed. Its eyes were filled with deep fear. Clearly, this suction force came from the egg's devouring power. However, the old demonic leopard's disguise was too good. It was clearly trying to drag the unicorn dog down with it. After struggling a few times but still not being able to shake it off, the unicorn hound felt a thick aura of death. It was so scared that it couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. However, when it saw the lightning snake coming at it from the corner of its eye, it forcibly stopped itself from screaming. Then, a ferocious look flashed in its eyes and its long tail swept towards the lightning snake. The lightning serpent's target was also the old demonic leopard. It was only slightly slower than the unicorn dog. Moreover, its attention was completely focused on the old demonic leopard. It didn't care about the unicorn dog at all. Adding on to the fact that the unicorn dog's tail sweep was extremely fast, it didn't have any offensive power. The hound's tail instantly wrapped around the lightning serpent, and the suction force instantly spread out from the hound's tail and landed on the lightning serpent's body. The lightning serpent's eyes widened in horror. The unicorn dog's tail only coiled around the lightning serpent's body, but it was like a part of its body. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't shake it off. The egg was already shining. Moreover, the old demonic leopard's body was already showing signs of drying up. It couldn't help but let out a low roar. Seeing this scene, the surrounding ancient beasts had already fled. Whoosh! Feeling the dense aura of death, the lightning serpent also swung its thick tail, wanting to hook one of the ancient beast kings to be buried with it. Unfortunately, these ancient beasts were all very smart and had already escaped the range of the lightning serpent's attack. The lightning serpent was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, from the corner of its eyes, it saw a human fleeing at high speed. Coincidentally, this human was the one who had snatched its ancient medicine king. Although it wasn't worth dragging a human down with it when it was about to die, it was better than nothing. Thus, the lightning serpent's long tail swept towards Zichen. Zichen naturally sensed the changes in the three ancient beast kings. As he fled at high speed, he gained a better understanding of the ancient beast's cunning and ruthlessness. However, at this moment, he felt a powerful energy surge above his head. Then, he saw hundreds of lightning bolts sweeping towards him. Damn it, this lightning serpent wants to drag me down with it. Seeing the lightning bolts above his head, Zichen was scared out of his wits. The lightning wings on his back constantly flapped, wanting to use his extreme speed to escape. With the lightning wings, Zichen's speed was extremely fast. Ordinary ancient beast kings couldn't catch up to him. However, this was only referring to his flying speed, not his attacking speed. Coupled with the lightning serpent's desperate attacks, its attacking power was even stronger. Thus, in an instant, Zichen was enveloped by numerous lightning bolts. The power of lightning continued to wreak havoc. Amidst the lightning energy, Zichen's face was filled with fear. He desperately dodged, wanting to find a chance to escape. Boom! In the sky, the lightning energy surged violently. Then, even more energy descended, filling the entire space in an instant. Zichen was struck by lightning bolts one after another. His powerful perfect body was instantly torn apart by the lightning bolts. Streaks of blood appeared all over his body, and pale golden blood splattered everywhere. Zichen was already having a hard time resisting the lightning bolts. Coupled with his injuries, his speed was greatly reduced. At this moment, a large patch of silver light flashed. The serpent gave up on attacking and focused on speed. Instantly, it wrapped around Zichen's body. In the next moment, Zichen felt an extremely strong suction force from the lightning serpent's body. This suction force was not only sucking away his blood, it was also draining away his life force. Zichen's heart was filled with fear. He couldn't help but scream. The golden blood in his body emitted a monstrous sound. He pushed all his energy to the limit, wanting to break free from this suction force. However, he realized helplessly that he couldn't break free from this suction force. It's over. Unable to break free from this suction force, Zichen's eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that his life was going to end here? The despairing Zichen also wanted to find a person or beast to be his scapegoat. However, there was nowhere to be found. The Burning Man was the first to escape from the ripples and rushed to the outside world. The group of king-level beasts were also filled with fear. They hid far away. The giant egg sucked on the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard's claws sucked on the single-horned hound. The single-horned hound's tail was connected to the lightning serpent. In the end, the lightning serpent wrapped tightly around Zichen. In the eyes of the first three beasts, there was unwillingness, hatred, and gloating. Only Zichen didn't find anyone to be his scapegoat. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear, but he didn't gloat. P.S. This chapter was typed at 3 in the morning yesterday. This was actually the first chapter. However, I was too tired to edit it. I came back at 10:40 in the morning and started to edit it. Until now, I have been editing for more than 50 minutes. With an editing speed of almost an hour, other people can already type out a chapter. This speed is really heaven-defying. Chapter 569. Zichen didn't want to die yet, but under the devouring power of the egg, everything was out of his control. Life was flowing away, the enormous egg was shining, like a starving infant, gulping down milk. However, what the other party was devouring wasn't real milk, but rather the life force of a king-level ancient beast that had lived for countless years. The old demonic leopard's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. A minute later, the old demonic leopard's mountain-like body became shriveled and dissipated with the wind. The ancient beast king that was still alive just a moment ago disappeared from the world, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. As the old demonic leopard's body dissipated, the egg seemed to have teleported. It emitted a bright light and stuck to the single-horned hound's body. The latter's life force was also flowing away rapidly. During this period, the lightning snake and Zi Chen were both restrained by the devouring power. They couldn't break free, and their life force didn't flow away quickly either. It seemed that the egg liked to devour them one by one. I hope that after it devours the single-horned hound and the lightning snake, it will have devoured enough and won't need any more energy. The despairing Zi Chen started to let his imagination run wild. Images of his friends, brothers, and women flashed across his mind. Wang Xian, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao, and Shangguan Yue's faces kept flashing across his mind. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was waiting for death. Soon, the single-horned hound was sucked dry and dissipated with a light sound. The egg stuck to the lightning snake's body again, and its light became even brighter. This feeling of waiting for death made Zi Chen even more afraid. Based on the previous speed, it seemed that he only had 1 minute left to live. The egg could devour a king-beast king in 1 minute. However, compared to a king-beast king, his small body seemed to only be able to devour it once. In other words, he could only last for 1 breath. Ha ha! Zi Chen's fear made the lightning snake laugh uncontrollably. However, this laughter was filled with sorrow. The king-beast king in the distance was even more horrified. Peng! The lightning snake shriveled up and dissipated with the wind. Then, the egg stuck to Zi Chen's hand like a ghost. Boom! Like an overflowing flood, Zi Chen felt his life force and essence qi crazily rushing towards the giant egg. After that, Zi Chen's vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Zi Chen fell to the ground with the giant egg. There was a deathly silence between heaven and earth. The giant egg below was glowing. Zi Chen lay quietly beside the giant egg, one of his hands still tightly pressed against the giant egg. Above them, the ancient beast kings all had fear in their eyes, and none of them dared to move. The giant egg was too terrifying. As long as it touched them, they would undoubtedly die. None of the ancient beasts dared to approach. In this deathly silent world, no sound could be heard, not even the breathing of the ancient beast kings. After an unknown period of silence, a wisp of confusion suddenly appeared in the eyes of one of the ancient beasts, and then it exclaimed, why hasn't that human been transformed into nothingness? Previously, when the giant egg devoured a king-beast king, it only needed a minute to turn it into a dried corpse and turn it into nothingness. But now, a small human had actually lasted for a few minutes, and there were no signs of him drying up. The ancient beast kings all noticed the abnormality and looked down in confusion. The giant egg was glowing, and they did not dare to use their spiritual senses. They could only look at it with their eyes. Vaguely, they seemed to see that the human was still breathing. He was still alive. How is this possible? This discovery caused the expressions of the ancient beasts to change. They found it unbelievable. A bolder ancient beast retreated far away, and then released its spiritual senses to extend towards the human beside the giant egg, and began to investigate bit by bit. When it retracted its spiritual senses, the ancient beast king's expression became very strange. How is it? The other ancient beasts asked. The ancient beast king's expression became even more strange, and then it said, "He's not dead. He just fainted from fright." What? He's not dead. He just fainted from fright. Why? This answer was unacceptable to the ancient beast kings. Several ancient beast kings were already dead, let alone a mere human. Could it be that there's something wrong with this human? Let's try attacking again. An ancient beast king suggested and shot out a ray of energy. But before this terrifying ray of energy could land on Zi Chen, a ray of light suddenly flashed on the giant egg, and then a light barrier appeared in front of Zi Chen, blocking this ray of energy. The giant egg could still shoot out energy attacks, and the ancient beast kings became even more frightened. Zi Chen was indeed not dead. After the giant egg stuck to his body and absorbed his vitality, he fainted from fright and fell to the ground. Then, he seemed to have a dream. In the dream, he saw all the people he wanted to see. Su Mengyaro returned to the floating mist sect and was regarded as a goddess. Countless floating mist sect disciples looked up to her with fanatical expressions. Wang Xian returned to Yunxia City. With her powerful combat strength, she defeated her father, suppressed Wang Qiong, and became the #1 expert in Yunxia City. After Lin Shui returned to the Liu family, she went into seclusion again to comprehend Qing Enyu's inheritance. Other than that, he also saw many friends. Each of them had powerful combat strength, and they had all become experts. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Zi Chen. It was a figure in snow-white clothes, standing at the top of Chaos City. There were still traces of tears on her peerless face. In her hand was a short dagger, and the tip of the dagger was already pointed at her heart, as if she was going to commit suicide. Below, there were many onlookers. When these people saw that the beautiful figure was going to commit suicide, not only did they not stop her, they even laughed out loud. In the midst of the laughter, Zi Chen realized that there were people he knew. There was Shangguan Qixing, Chen Liang, Zhu Zun, and the others. They all had hideous smiles on their faces, and there was a huge drum beside them, which they were beating continuously to celebrate. This bunch of bastards, seeing someone committing suicide, they didn't even help. And Shangguan Qixing, isn't he dead? Towards these people's indifference, Zi Chen was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. No matter how loudly he shouted, they did not hear him at all. Instead, they continued to beat the drum, making it vibrate. In desperation, Zi Chen could only look at the beautiful figure, hoping that she would give up on the idea of suicide. He did not know why, but the moment he saw the beautiful figure, he felt a sense of déjà vu. However, he could not see the other party's face, only a blurry face. 3 years, I waited for you for 3 years, but you didn't come. The beautiful figure was muttering to herself, but Zi Chen could hear it very clearly. Just from the muttering, Zi Chen recognized the identity of the beautiful figure. It was actually Shangguan Yu. No, Yu. With the last drop of tears falling, Shangguan Yu stabbed the dagger to her heart. Zi Chen let out a cry of alarm, and then sat up abruptly. His forehead was full of cold sweat, obviously due to the shock. He shouted, "Don't die, don't die." As he shouted, Zi Chen felt a chill, and he could not help but shiver. Then, he saw that he was sitting on the ground, and next to him was the huge egg. As for Chaos City, the big hammer, and many more people, they had all disappeared. In the sky, a group of king-level ancient beasts were attacking him, but before these attacks could land on him, they were blocked by a ray of light, and then there was a dong sound, like the sound of a drum. This is... The disoriented Zi Chen instantly woke up, and his eyes widened. Didn't I die? Why am I still alive? He looked to the side, and just happened to see the huge egg next to his right hand. In the next moment, he pulled his right hand back as if it was tapped. You're awake. A timid and tender voice suddenly appeared in Zi Chen's mind. Hearing this voice, Zi Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at the light egg in front of him in disbelief, and said in shock, it's you who spoke. The moment the voice had sounded in his sea of consciousness, Zi Chen had a clear feeling that the voice had come from the huge egg. Yes. The timid and tender voice sounded again. I saw that you fainted, and I was afraid that you were in danger, so I kept calling you. This voice transmission was not coherent, but fortunately, the meaning was clear, and Zi Chen understood. You were afraid that I was in danger. Zi Chen's face was full of confusion, and his expression kept changing. He looked at the huge egg, and then looked up at the king-level ancient beasts. Only then did Zi Chen realize that it was the light from the huge egg that blocked the king-level ancient beasts' attacks. What's going on? Didn't it want to devour me? Why is it saving me? Zi Chen was very confused. I didn't want to devour you. You woke me up. The voice from the huge egg sounded again. This time, it was a little anxious and a little scared, but it was more agile. You can hear the voice in my heart. Zi Chen was shocked again. One must know that he was only muttering in his heart, and did not speak out. You woke me up, and even injected your life-soul power into me. It's like our lives are connected, so I can sense your thoughts. A timid voice sounded from the egg. Indeed, this time, the other party did not transmit its voice, but Zichen could hear it clearly. "Ah, our lives are connected," Zichen exclaimed. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations, but this was not the time to be in a daze, because the king-level ancient beasts' attacks in the sky were getting fiercer. "Their attacks are very strong. I've just been awakened, and I don't have any strength. I can't take it anymore." The light egg was still thinking in its heart, and both parties were communicating through their thoughts. Zichen's eyes narrowed. Without any strength, it could block the king-level ancient beast's attacks. Then, what would happen if it had strength? Would it be able to kill the king-level ancient beasts? "How can I make you stronger?" Zichen asked. "Devour, continuously devour." Understood. Chapter 570. Infused with Yuan energy, his voice boomed out like thunder, shaking the skies. Being scolded in such a manner, the group of beast kings were stunned and stopped their attacks instinctively. "Human, what did you just say?" A cold voice rang out as a killing intent surged toward Zichen. The beast king who spoke had a grim expression on his face. The other beast kings also revealed a cold glint in their eyes. Their killing intent did not weaken at all. If not for the fact that this human was beside the egg, their attacks would have killed him thousands of times over. To think that after waking up and seeing so many beast kings, not only was he not afraid, he was even scolding them. Could it be that he was scared silly when he fainted? Some of the beast kings thought to themselves. "Are you guys idiots?" Zichen glared at the beast kings and shouted, attacking while yours truly was asleep. "Are you king idiots? You almost killed yours truly." Zichen's voice was filled with fury. If it hadn't been for the huge egg, he would have been killed by the ancient beasts even if he hadn't been swallowed whole. Of course, the furious Zichen didn't even remember that he had fainted from fright. "Human, how dare you spout such nonsense? Today shall be the day you die. Kill him. Kill this king human." Zichen's scolding had thoroughly enraged the beast kings. However, they could only roar in the skies. With Zichen standing beside the egg, they would not dare to step forward even if they were given 10 guts. However, there were some beast kings who took the opportunity to unleash their destructive attacks. However, they were all blocked by the light of the egg. "Human, come out if you've got what it takes." Hiding within the range of the egg. What kind of ability is that? Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the beast kings roared out. Zichen's eyes were even colder. However, he did not continue scolding them. Instead, he communicated with the egg telepathically. Boom! The energy in the skies surged as the beast kings attacked once more, determined to kill Zichen. However, they were all blocked by the egg. "Idiots, today is the day you all die." Zichen raised his head and swept his gaze over the group of ancient beast kings. This time, he was full of confidence. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the ancient beast kings, Zichen bent down and hugged the huge egg that was even taller than him. Then, he lifted the huge egg with difficulty. Seeing the human carrying the gigantic egg with great difficulty without being devoured by it, the bewildered beast king widened its eyes in shock. "Drink." Hugging the heavy egg, Zichen let out a loud roar. Boundless golden light flashed around his body as he used all his strength to throw the egg into the sky. Swoosh! After the huge egg left his hand, it turned into a dazzling ray of light and flew toward a king-level ancient beast like an arrow. In that instant, the powerful attack unleashed by the king-level ancient beast was instantly shattered by the enormous egg. At the same time, the enormous egg rapidly arrived before the king-level ancient beast and stuck closely to its body. Roar! A heart-wrenching roar suddenly rang out. The king-level ancient beast in the sky kept rolling in the sky. As it rolled, its huge body shook the sky, and waves of destructive energy spread out. However, the enormous egg had a strong suction force. The king-level ancient beast could not get rid of it at all. It let out a series of terrified cries as its body shrank and dried up. Damn, it's really powerful. Below, Zichen was shocked to see the king-level ancient beast powerless under the enormous egg. His eyes lit up instantly. This enormous egg was a real weapon. It could kill a king-level ancient beast in one hit. It's a pity. It's too heavy. Every time I throw it out, it wastes a lot of energy. Zichen could not help but say in his heart. You can try to activate it with your spiritual thoughts. Just as Zichen had this thought, another message came from the enormous egg. Activate it with my spiritual thoughts. Zichen's eyes lit up. Powerful spiritual thoughts came out of his body and shrouded the enormous egg. Indeed, the enormous egg danced according to the path given by Zichen's spiritual thoughts. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. Without expending any spiritual thoughts, the enormous egg brought the king-level ancient beast with it and flew towards another king-level ancient beast. Pang! With a loud bang, the second king-level ancient beast was smashed by the king-level ancient beast. This attack did not send the king-level ancient beast flying. Instead, it sucked in the king-level ancient beast, just like how it sucked in the single-horned hound, lightning snake, and Zichen previously. Powerful king-level ancient beasts seemed to have lost all their attacking power in front of the enormous egg. Once they were stuck, or indirectly stuck, they would be sucked dry and dissipated into thin air. Shrill cries rang out in the sky. The two king-level ancient beasts that were sucked in were terrified as they struggled in the sky. In an instant, the first king-level ancient beast lost all its essence and dissipated into thin air. Following that, the enormous egg began to devour the second king-level ancient beast. This scene completely shocked the group of king-level ancient beasts. They had no idea what was going on. Zichen's powerful spiritual thoughts continued to circulate. Then, he controlled the enormous egg to attack the other king-level ancient beasts. Not good. I don't know why this human can control the enormous egg. Damn it. What's going on? There's a pure-blooded ancient beast inside the enormous egg. Why is it being controlled by a human? The group of king-level ancient beasts were shocked and angry. They began to flee frantically. However, there were some who were unwilling to give up. They decided to capture the king-level ancient beast first. Hence, they charged towards Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back unfurled. With a flap of the wings, he moved with extreme speed. While dodging the attacks of the king-level ancient beasts, he also controlled the enormous egg and the king-level ancient beast to fly towards the attackers. Sounds of explosions rang out. When the king-level ancient beast that was attacking Zichen was stuck by the enormous egg, the other king-level ancient beasts were completely terrified. They had no choice but to accept the fact that a human could control the enormous egg and become its master. They began to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back unfurled. He let out a domineering roar and chased after the king-level ancient beasts. A human in the air chasing after a group of king-level ancient beasts. This was a rare sight. Soon, the two parties rushed out of the ripples. Due to the sudden appearance of the Burning Man, Tyrant and the rest who had the upper hand and snatched the three ancient herb kings were instantly suppressed. The Burning Man was very strong. Moreover, there were a few heaven-level ancient beasts attacking together. Tyrant and the rest had no choice but to turn from offense to defense. They formed a defensive circle. Today, all of you will die. The eyes of the group of experts were filled with cold light. Their killing intent was extremely strong. They could not wait to kill these people. Idiot. Continue to be arrogant if you dare. When brother-in-law comes out, he will definitely kill all of you, Wang Shan shouted. There was another deep wound on his body. It was left by the heaven-level ancient beasts during the battle. Zichen. The Burning Man sneered and said, I'm afraid he has already turned into a dried corpse and disappeared from the world. The Burning Man was scared out of his wits when he saw Zichen being wrapped up by the lightning snakes. Moreover, it had been a long time. The Burning Man concluded that Zichen was already dead. Impossible. Zichen will not die. Wang Xianer's face turned pale when she heard this. Even the king-level ancient beasts have turned into nothingness. Let alone a mere human, the Burning Man said disdainfully. Wang Xianer's face turned pale. Everyone else's faces were also very ugly. However, they did not believe that Zichen would die. Kill them. Just when the few of them were in a daze, the heaven-level ancient beasts sent out a cold thought. Boom. However, before they could make a move, a terrifying energy surged behind them. Then, the aura of king-level ancient beasts appeared. It was the king-level ancient beasts that had entered the ripples. They had all escaped. Their eyes were filled with fear. They seemed to have suffered a great shock. The moment they came out of the ripples, they fled in a hurry. What's going on? Why are the king-level ancient beasts running away? Could there be a strong existence in the depths of the ripples that could suppress so many king-level ancient beasts? In the battlefield, everyone's expression changed when they saw the king-level ancient beasts running away pathetically. When the burning man saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. When he was running away, he had already foreseen that such a situation would happen. Now that he saw the king-level ancient beasts running away, he was also prepared to run away. After all, that huge egg was too strange. Everyone, stop running. Don't run. Suddenly, a familiar shout was heard from the ripples. Then, Chen raised the huge egg in his hand and walked out of the ripples. He shouted at the king-level ancient beasts that were running away. As soon as the egg appeared, an extremely ferocious might permeated the surroundings. All the humans paled when they sensed the might, and many ancient beasts collapsed to the ground as well. Their eyes were filled with fear. Seeing Chen walking out with the huge egg, the burning man's eyes almost popped out. He was shocked. How is this possible? He's not dead. Then, he saw Chen's body glowing. Like a golden armored war god, he raised the huge egg in his hand and threw it out. A king-level ancient beast's attack was instantly shattered by the huge egg. In the next moment, the huge egg flashed a few times and stuck to the king-level ancient beast's body. A glowing huge egg stuck to a king-level ancient beast's body. It looked a little strange, but the king-level ancient beast let out an extremely terrified roar at this moment. Its body kept tumbling in the air, trying to get rid of the huge egg. But it was obviously useless. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the king-level ancient beast's body slowly shriveled up. Finally, with a soft sound, it turned into nothingness and disappeared. The huge egg devoured all the essence of the king-level ancient beast and continued to fly towards the next king-level ancient beast. Below, all the humans opened their mouths wide in shock. As for the other beasts, after feeling the pressure from the soul, many of them were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. A strange smell kept spreading out. Soon, the huge egg caught up with the second king-level ancient beast. In less than a minute, the king-level ancient beast turned into dust and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 2 king-level ancient beasts were killed by the huge egg. As for the other king-level ancient beasts, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 571. Although he did not know what method Chen had used to avoid being swallowed by the giant egg and keep his life, and even control the giant egg, the burning man was not envious at all. This kind of thing could lead to death, and it was not something to be envious of. Run. Just as Chen's cold eyes landed on him, the burning man decisively made his choice. He transformed into a beam of fire and fled with extreme speed. At this moment, what legendary existence? What face? What arrogance? None of that mattered. Only his life was more important. Because he saw the murderous intent in Chen's eyes. The others were still in a state of shock, and their reactions were half a beat slower. Then, they met the huge egg that fell from the sky. The huge egg emitted a resplendent light, and a powerful aura surged out from it. Many people and beasts felt this aura, and they couldn't move at all. Some ancient beasts even collapsed to the ground. Boom! As the light egg fell, the ground trembled. Then, rays of light rushed out and wrapped around the people and beasts like light ribbons. Then, the swallowing force appeared again. When the light ribbons wrapped around the people and beasts returned, the people and beasts all disappeared after a soft sound. Just like the king beast, they turned into nothingness. Seeing the arrogant sky martial artist turn into nothingness in the next moment, Wang Shan and the rest widened their eyes. However, compared to the shock and fear in the others' eyes, Wang Shan and the rest were filled with excitement. Chen only killed a group of people and beasts, mainly those who surrounded the monk. After they were all swallowed by the giant egg, Zichen used his spiritual sense to control the giant egg and flew in the direction where the king beast escaped. The king beast contained a huge amount of spiritual essence. It was many times stronger than ordinary beasts. In order for the giant egg to hatch quickly, it had to devour these king beasts. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, Zichen turned into a ray of silver light and disappeared into the sky with the giant egg. Oh my God, what is that thing? It can actually kill the king beast. A giant egg that emits the aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Is there a pure-blooded ancient beast inside? It's too scary. It killed all the experts in one strike. Zichen disappeared, and cries of shock rang out continuously. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and many ancient beasts were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. He killed a king-level ancient beast and slaughtered a celestial expert without making a sound. Heavens, he's too handsome. Wang Shan cried out excitedly as he watched Zichen disappear. Once a pure-blooded ancient beast's egg hatches, it will be a true pure-blooded ancient beast. Tyrant was extremely excited as well. With a pure-blooded ancient beast, it'll be easy for us to get a few drops of its essence blood. We're rich. We're really rich this time. After Zichen smashed them with the giant egg, most of the enemies who deserved to die were dead. At this moment, no one dared to attack the monks' group. Moreover, the Burning Man had already escaped. The remaining existences were no match for them. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go and watch the battle of the ancient beast kings, Monk said excitedly. Of course, what he meant by pack up was to take away the ancient medicine king. As for the celestial expert's spiritual ring and space pendant, they had already turned into nothingness. Monk was excited, but also a little regretful. Hence, after a few simple attacks, 5 of the 6 ancient medicine kings were already in their hands. As for the last one, it had already been taken away by the Burning Man. The king-level ancient beasts fled in panic. Their target was the exit of this space. The giant egg was too scary. They had to leave. Otherwise, when the human caught up, all of them would die. The king-level ancient beasts were extremely powerful existences. Yet, they were being chased by a human. This was simply too humiliating. All of the king-level ancient beasts were furious. Damned human. If I have the chance, I must kill him. That's right. We must not let this human go. All of the king-level ancient beasts were thinking of all sorts of vicious ways to kill him. Stop. Don't run. Zichen's voice rang out behind the king-level ancient beasts. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits. They sped up and fled. Some of them even burned their souls. Boom. The sky shook. The giant egg was like a burning meteorite. It fell from the sky and smashed towards one of the king-level ancient beasts. Boom. In a loud explosion, one of the king-level ancient beasts was hit. Its huge body fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. On the body of the ancient beast, the giant egg was already stuck to it. No. The king-level ancient beast's mournful voice rang out. Waves of energy surged, causing the ground to shake. However, its struggle was obviously futile. Soon, the king-level ancient beast was devoured and dissipated. Under Zichen's spiritual sense, the giant egg flew up again. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the second king-level ancient beast. The giant egg was very scary. Against the king-level ancient beast, it was a one-sided slaughter. Moreover, Zichen's speed was even faster than the king-level ancient beast. To the king-level ancient beast, this was a nightmare. The giant egg wreaked havoc, and the ancient beasts disappeared one after another. The energy surging in the giant egg became stronger and stronger. In the end, the giant egg was able to attack on its own. Just like the light belt before, it forcefully dragged a king-level ancient beast back. The exit is here. The exit is finally here. To the king-level ancient beasts, this was a competition of luck. Whoever was unlucky deserved to be devoured. When they saw the crack of the exit, the king-level ancient beasts were on the verge of crying. They were finally going to get out. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out from the tunnel. The tunnel that was already large enough to accommodate king-level ancient beasts actually grew even larger due to this energy. Furthermore, there was also a tyrannical aura circulating within the surging energy. The tunnel was forcefully opened, and the king-level ancient beasts were shocked. In the entire ancient battlefield, only those ancient beasts that had not appeared for a long time could possess such strength. Even they are alarmed. The king-level ancient beasts were shocked. They looked at the tunnel that was forcefully expanded several times. The tunnel expanded, and a powerful aura surged out from it. The entire void was distorted by this aura. Figures walked out from the tunnel one after another. They all had the appearance of humans, and each of them was an old man. However, the aura that surged around them was extremely terrifying. These were all ancient beasts of the ancient battlefield. They were previously blocked by the tunnel. Now that they had worked together to open the tunnel, they sensed the existence of the giant egg as soon as they appeared. Their eyes instantly fell on the giant egg, and light flashed in their eyes. One of the rules has been destroyed. There is indeed a change in this world. To think that such a giant egg would appear. Such a terrifying aura. Even we can feel an oppressive aura. It must be a true blood ancient beast. Rumor has it that when a true blood ancient beast appears, the tunnel to the outside world will appear. I wonder if this rumor is true. A total of 8 old men walked out from the tunnel. Their eyes fell on the giant egg, and they were constantly discussing. During this period, they did not pay attention to Zi Chen, nor did they look at the other king-level ancient beasts. When the king-level ancient beasts saw them, they were like mice that saw cats. They all dodged to the side, and their eyes were filled with fear. These old men were not easy to deal with. They gave Zi Chen a strong feeling. Under the control of his spiritual sense, the giant egg flew out and was held in his hand. It was also at this moment that the gazes of the elders landed on Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen holding the giant egg, the old men were surprised. However, their surprise quickly turned into disdain and disdain. Human, hand over the true blood ancient beast and you can leave. One of the old men glanced at Zi Chen and said expressionlessly, "Hand over the giant egg." Zi Chen looked at the giant egg in his hand and sneered. "That's right. Hand over the giant egg and you can leave alive." Another old man said with a cold gaze. Zi Chen's sneer turned into disdain. He questioned, "Hand over the giant egg? Why should I?" The old men were stunned by Zi Chen's question. They were all ancient existences in this region. Their battle prowess had reached an unbelievable level. Even king-level beasts would have to treat them with respect. Yet, they were being questioned by a human who could fly. "Human, do you know who you are talking to? Hand over the giant egg now, or you will regret it." One of the king-level ancient beasts shouted at Zi Chen. "Regret? Is this how it looks?" Zi Chen's gaze turned cold. Then, he controlled the giant egg with his spiritual sense and flew towards the king-level ancient beast. Like a meteor crashing down, the giant egg stuck to the king-level ancient beast's body. Then, the king-level ancient beast's essence was drained away. This time, the king-level ancient beast only lasted for 10 breaths before it was devoured into nothingness. The giant egg returned to Zi Chen's hand. He looked at the old men and asked coldly, "What did you say just now?" The devouring power of the giant egg surprised the old men. However, when they heard Zi Chen's fake words, they were filled with disdain. "Human, we admit that this true blood ancient beast is very strong, but it's not strong enough to kill us. I'll give you one last chance. Either you hand over the true blood ancient beast or you die." A cold voice rang out. It was an old man who was threatening him. "How dare you threaten me?" Zi Chen snorted coldly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Then, under the urging of his spiritual senses, he threw the giant egg out with great force. He said sarcastically, "Even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it?" The giant egg turned into a meteor again and flew towards the old men. However, it was stopped halfway by a light. Chapter 572. In the past, the egg had been able to break through and devour everything. Even a king ancient beast would die upon contact. In Zi Chen's opinion, this egg was the most terrifying existence in the ancient battlefield. No matter what came into contact with it, it would devour it. It was because of this that he didn't care about these old antiques and even dared to attack them. Although he was a little intimidating, he still had some powerful methods to rely on. However, when he saw that the egg was easily stopped by the old man and blocked the egg's devouring, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Moreover, the egg's thoughts were unable to devour the other party. The old man who was holding the giant egg suddenly turned around and flew towards Zi Chen with the egg in his hand. Real blood ancient beasts have a natural advantage over ordinary ancient beasts, but it's not absolute. With such a huge difference in strength, it's useless no matter how great the suppression is. The old man flew over and handed the egg to Zi Chen. "Senior, why are you here?" After receiving the egg, Zi Chen was surprised. The old man who suddenly appeared was none other than the existence in the black pool in the outer region. "If I didn't come, this real blood ancient beast would have changed owners. You were careless this time." The old man looked at the group of old antiques with an unprecedentedly serious expression. "Old tortoise, as an ancient beast, how can you help a human? What's the meaning of this?" A rebuke came from the other side. The old man glanced at them and said indifferently, "I'm not helping a human. I'm helping a real blood ancient beast. By helping a real blood ancient beast, we're also helping it." The old man shook his head and said, "It's not the same. You want to devour it, but I want it to hatch. You're crazy." An old man's face turned pale. "You want a real blood ancient beast to hatch, and then all of us will be at its mercy? This is the rule," the old tortoise said indifferently. *T rule. Old tortoise, you're stupid. That rule has already been destroyed by humans. Instead of letting a real blood ancient beast command us, why don't we transform into a real blood ancient beast? An unhatched real blood ancient beast could already suppress a king ancient beast and devour it. Once a real blood ancient beast hatched, it might be able to suppress these old antiques. It was rumored that when a true blood ancient beast appeared, it could open a passage to leave this place. That was because it was rumored that true blood ancient beasts could control the power of laws. Therefore, when they saw the giant egg, a crazy and daring idea appeared in their minds at the same time. They wanted to transform into true blood ancient beasts and control their own laws. "You should have a way to make it hatch, right? You have to speed up." "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off for long," the old tortoise transmitted. Knowing the severity of the matter, Zi Chen did not hesitate to take out the corpses of the ancient beasts he had killed earlier from the purple gold gourd. This included the king of ancient beasts, the heaven-devouring wolf, as well as the king of ancient beasts he had obtained in the depths of the purple gold gourd. "Hurry up and devour it. Otherwise, we're all doomed." After taking out the ancient beast's corpse, Zi Chen sent a telepathic message to the giant egg. Buzz. The giant egg began to tremble and emit a blinding light. Rays of light energy shot out from within and engulfed these ancient beasts. They began to devour them in a frenzy. Soft sounds could be heard as the ancient beasts were devoured into nothingness by the giant egg. The light on the giant egg became brighter and brighter. As a powerful ancient beast king, the sky-devouring wolf lasted the longest. It was close to a minute. When the sky-devouring wolf's body dissipated, Zi Chen had consumed all the ancient beasts' corpses. One had to know that there were dozens of ancient beasts. When the ancient beasts were gone, they would devour the ancient herbs. The dense spiritual energy was constantly being absorbed by the giant egg. When the tyrant and the rest arrived, they saw the sky-devouring wolf being devoured by the giant egg. Zi Chen took out the ancient pill king. "Hurry up and take out all the ancient beasts and herbs." At the same time, Zi Chen shouted at the rest. One by one, they took out all the treasures they had obtained this time. Stalks of spiritual herbs and ancient beast corpses were all placed in front of the giant egg for it to devour. "What's going on?" Seeing the group of old men emitting powerful auras, the tyrant was shocked and couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Zi Chen. These old men are all ancient beasts. They want to snatch and refine this egg. Zi Chen explained as fast as he could. Hearing this, the tyrant was enraged. He shouted, "How dare they set their eyes on the true blood ancient beast? They must be dreaming. Let's hurry up and let it hatch." The true blood ancient beast is ours. As he spoke, the tyrant took out many spiritual herbs from the outside world from his spatial spirit ring for the giant egg to devour. The giant egg could also devour the spiritual herbs from the outside world. Therefore, other than spiritual herbs, everyone also took out a lot of vitality stones. And this. The light flashed again in the tyrant's hand. Many crystal stones emitting dense spiritual energy appeared. Its quality was not weaker than extreme-grade vitality stones. This was the excrement of the spirit-devouring rats. It was a type of crystallized spiritual energy that contained extremely pure spiritual energy. Hurry up, don't hide anything. Take it all out. The tyrant kept urging. Everyone had no intention of hiding anything, so they took out almost everything they could. Seeing Wang Shan take out a treasure pill, Zichen was shocked. He hurried to stop him. No, we have to save it for our lives. Boom. With so many spiritual energy items for the giant egg to devour, the light on the giant egg became even brighter. A powerful aura spread out. Other than that, a dense vitality emerged from the giant egg. Old tortoise, you are forcing us. On the other side, an angry yell was heard. Obviously, the group of ancient beasts had broken down the negotiation. You are the ones who are too greedy and want to break the rules. The old man said loudly. *T rules. Old tortoise, if you dare to stop us again, don't blame us for being rude. A threatening voice was heard. The old man snorted and emitted a powerful aura. With me here, don't even think about getting the true blood ancient beast. Then you are forcing us to make a move. Come, it's not like we haven't fought before. The old man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle broke out. Boom. Waves of energy surged in front, and the surrounding space trembled. The energy waves caused by the ancient beast's attacks were naturally terrifying. Zichen and the others quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the old man. The ancient beast's kings also quickly retreated. There were a total of 8 ancient beasts, but not all of them made a move. Only 2 of them were sent to fight the old man. The 3 of them fought fiercely in the air. The speed of their attacks was so fast that it was like 3 streams of light. Almost no one could see how they were fighting. They could only hear the sounds of explosions. Old tortoise, it's useless. With a loud yell, one of the old man's arms was torn apart. On the other side, another old man had half of his body shattered. Bang! Another rumbling sound rang out, and a tremendous force sent the old man flying, almost breaking his body apart. Seeing the old man retreating, Zichen and the others turned pale. The other side only sent 2 old men to suppress him. If all of them attacked, the old man would have no chance to resist. The vitality in the giant egg was more vigorous, but it was still lacking a lot of energy before the true blood ancient beasts could break out of the egg. Zichen made up his mind and took out 4 drops of ancient beast essence blood from the purple gold gourd. They were shining brightly and emitting a strong ferocious aura. Zichen had found them in a dense forest when he first came to the depths. Each drop of essence blood was comparable to a drop of essence blood in the old man's body. As the 4 drops of essence blood were devoured, the vitality in the giant egg became even stronger. Bang! At the same time, the old man, who was retreating, was hit by a huge force and his body collapsed. Wang Shan and the others were shocked. They thought the old man was killed just like that. Back off quickly. As soon as the old man's body was destroyed, Zichen shouted. At the same time, he used his spiritual thoughts to control the giant egg to retreat quickly. The others also followed suit. As soon as they retreated, the area where they were standing before was blasted away by a powerful force. Your reaction is not slow, but you dare to defy our will. Only death awaits you. The 2 old men's eyes were full of mockery. Then, they turned into 2 cold bolts of lightning and rushed toward Zichen and the others. Bang! Bang! Before they could reach Zichen and the others, their bodies suddenly exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. Zichen and the others were puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the 2 old men. Suddenly, the void began to tremble. A terrifying aura appeared in front of them. The surging void seemed to be torn apart by a huge force. A violent aura surged out. In an instant, the terrifying aura surpassed the aura of the giant egg. Bang! A huge claw reached out from the broken void. It stepped on the void and caused a tremor. Amidst the tremor, a huge creature walked out. It was emitting a terrifying aura. It was a mutated beast. It looked like an old tortoise, but it had a triangular head. Its cold triangular eyes stared coldly at the old antiques. The tortoise shell was like a huge mountain. There were barbs on it. The barbs were as black as ink and emitted a cold metallic luster. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. The old man revealed his true form. It was a mutated old tortoise. Old tortoise, do you think you can do anything to us by revealing your true form? Haha, that's ridiculous. You seem to have forgotten that your strongest point is defense, not attack. As the old man spoke, the void in front of him began to tremble. Then, two powerful auras appeared. It was the two old men whose clones had been destroyed. They also revealed their true forms. The old tortoise's eyes were as cold as lightning. It spoke in human language. You'll know whether you're strong in attack or defense after you try. Humph, as you wish. One of the ancient beasts spoke. It looked at the old tortoise with a hint of mockery. But before that, we have to take that ancient beast of true blood. You two go kill those humans. We'll suppress the old tortoise. Chapter 573. The two ancient beasts that appeared charged toward the old tortoise in the sky. As for the other old beasts, they charged toward Chen and the rest. There was no need for them to reveal their true forms when dealing with a few humans that were not even comparable to the king beasts. Their clones were more than enough to kill them all. Chen and the rest were horrified. Facing the attack of several ancient beasts, it was impossible for them to escape. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound was heard. The old tortoise stretched its head out like a lightning snake from its shell. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards one of the ancient beasts. Fresh blood splattered all over the place. The attack was as fast as lightning, and it bit through the neck of the ancient beast. After the attack, the old tortoise retreated back at lightning speed. Above the vault of heaven, the old antique's eyes widened in shock. Then, its eyes lost their focus. Its giant body slammed into the ground, creating a thunderous boom and kicking up a cloud of dust. The old tortoise killed an ancient beast with just one attack. It did not even have the chance to wail before the ancient beast was killed. Everything was so simple, direct, and violent. The world suddenly became extremely quiet. Be it humans or ancient beasts, they all held their breaths. This was just too frightening. A single strike was enough to wipe out the enemy. Moreover, it was an existence at the level of an ancient being. Those old beasts that were charging towards Chen were all stunned. They stood in the sky and looked at the old tortoise with shock. Old tortoise, you. In front of them, another huge ancient beast was also looking at the old tortoise in shock. It had the strongest feeling just now. The old tortoise's powerful attack had instantly pierced through the neck of its companion. It had shattered the opponent's super strong defense and extinguished its life force. This attack could be said to be fast and powerful. Screech! Amidst the shock, the old tortoise opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing shriek. This was a sound wave attack that had materialized energy that could pierce through stone and gold. It instantly rushed towards the group of shocked old beasts. Wherever the sound wave passed, it dissipated like smoke and clouds. All the old antique-level existences actually dissipated under the sound wave. For a moment, only the ancient beast was left. 2 attacks had killed an ancient beast and the clones of the other ancient beasts. Chen and the others were deeply shocked by such a powerful battle prowess. They had never imagined that the old man, whose clone was not that strong, would have such a terrifying true body. This is too strong and domineering. The shock in everyone's hearts did not dissipate for a long time. Old turtle, you've completely infuriated us. We want you dead. Furious roars were heard in the void. Then, the ancient beasts that had lost their clones all revealed their true bodies in the void. The void trembled continuously as the silhouettes of gigantic ancient beasts appeared one after another. They filled up the entire sky and emitted a tyrannical aura. The group of old antiques was about to unleash their might. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ancient beast king had already fled far away. As for Chen and the others, they had also fled into the depths of the forest while the old tortoise had bought them some time. Die. As soon as they revealed their true bodies, the group of ancient beasts immediately launched their strongest attacks against Zhongxian. Boom. In the sky, violent energy began to surge. The entire void trembled and distorted as the power of the void began to wreak havoc. The power of the void was very destructive. Fortunately, the ancient beast kings had fled. Otherwise, even if they were touched by the power of the void, they would be crushed into pieces by the power of the void. Their ending would not be much better than being devoured by the giant egg. The battle between the ancient beasts was full of power. The void trembled as the destructive energy filled the entire sky. No one could see who was winning or losing on the battlefield. They could only see the blood of the ancient beasts falling from the sky. At their level, every drop of blood contained an inexplicable power. It would not dissipate when it fell to the ground, emitting a fierce aura. Old turtle, it's useless. You can't stop us. The cold voice continued to be heard from the battlefield. Chen and the others were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. They could not interfere in such a high-level battle. When the first wave of battle ended, the entire sky was raining blood. Old Turtle's lonely and tall figure stood between the heavens and the earth. There were wounds all over its turtle shell. Fresh blood was flowing out from its claws and neck. It was severely injured, but it still used its body to stop the ancient beasts. Boom! The energy that had just recovered between the heavens and the earth surged again. The second wave of battle had begun. It was 1 against 7, and all of them were ancient beasts. Old Turtle had almost no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. However, it still charged at the opponents without hesitation. No, if this continues, everyone will die. Seeing Old Turtle disappear again, everyone was anxious. Suddenly, Chen's gaze fell on the battlefield in front of them. He saw the body of the ancient beast that had died. Without the energy supply, the giant egg had stopped devouring. Obviously, it was still far from hatching. An ancient beast at the level of an ancient beast had a huge amount of essence in its body. It might be able to hatch the giant egg. However, the battle in front of them was too terrifying. Even the king-level ancient beasts did not dare to go forward, let alone the few of them. Chen's eyes flashed. He was thinking of a way. Obviously, the idea of going through the sky was not realistic. The only feasible way was to burrow underground. Burrow underground. Chen's gaze fell on the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat was the best at burrowing underground. After that, Chen communicated with it through spiritual thoughts. You have to take the giant egg and sneak under the ancient beast. Let the giant egg swallow the ancient beast and hatch it. The spirit-devouring rat did not refuse. However, it was still worried. It asked telepathically, will it swallow me before the ancient beast? That's impossible. This kind of devouring technique can be controlled, Chen said. He had asked the giant egg this question before, and it had given him an affirmative answer. All right, I'll go now. Time was of the essence. The spirit-devouring rat did not hesitate and directly nodded. The group of ancient beasts were still fighting. The energy in the world was constantly surging, and the rain of blood was even thicker. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one was paying attention to the giant egg. No one saw the spirit-devouring rat carrying the giant egg and burrowing into the ground, approaching the battlefield. Along the way, it was very careful. Moreover, the giant egg had already restrained its pressure, so it was even harder to detect. All of you retreat first. I'll stay here and guard. Chen looked at the chaotic battlefield and said to the others. This was also to confuse the ancient beasts, making them think that the giant egg had escaped with the humans. Thus, they all turned into streaks of light and flew away. Only Chen stayed behind. Senior, you have to hold on. The giant egg will hatch soon. Chen prayed in his heart as he looked at the battlefield that was raining blood. Peng! The The sky trembled, and the entire void trembled. A huge figure flew out of the chaotic battlefield and smashed into the ground, causing a loud bang. The ground shook several times, and a huge pit was smashed open. Endless smoke and dust splashed up. It was the figure of the old tortoise. It fought 1 against 7 for a long time, but in the end, it was no match for them. Its injuries worsened, and it was shot down from the sky. However, it was not dead yet. One had to know that these were not ordinary ancient beasts. They were all descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts. They had lived for countless years, and their combat strength was extraordinary. It was already a miracle that the old tortoise could fight 1 against 7 and hold on for so long. Swoosh! As soon as it landed, the old tortoise rushed into the sky again without caring about its injuries. This time, it used all its strength to make a final attack. Screech! As it shrieked, it attacked like lightning once again. Its huge mouth bit down on another ancient beast's neck. As blood splattered, another ancient beast died. The second ancient beast was killed. But this time, the old tortoise also paid a huge price. There were no less than 10 wounds on its neck and head. One of them even penetrated its neck, almost decapitating it. After it landed, it tried several times but could not stand up. Its aura also became weak. In the distance, Zichen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Old tortoise, is it worth it for the sake of humans? A cold voice sounded. An ancient beast landed in front of the old tortoise. The old tortoise slowly raised its head. Its weak voice was filled with determination. I'm not doing this for the sake of humans. I'm doing this for the sake of the true blood ancient beasts. For the sake of the true blood ancient beasts. What a joke. The cold voice sounded again. Old tortoise, you should be proud of yourself for killing 2 of the same level. Another ancient beast landed. Its cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The old tortoise was already very weak. It did not speak. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Moreover, it did not have any room to fight back. It could only wait for death. Old tortoise, this is the consequence of meddling in other people's business. I'll send you on your way now. The third ancient beast landed. It was even more direct and wanted to kill it. Wait! Zichen shouted. The ancient beast that was about to kill the old tortoise stopped subconsciously. Don't you want the egg of the true blood ancient beast? As long as you let it go, I can give it to you immediately. Zichen walked over from afar. We can get it even if we kill him. The ancient beast from before said coldly. I'm the one who awakened the true blood ancient beast. Our minds are connected. If you kill him, the egg will explode instantly. Zichen threatened. If you kill me, the egg will explode too. Just as Zichen finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was originally going to slap him to death, but after hearing what he said, it changed from slapping to grabbing. It directly grabbed Zichen and flew towards him. This was the clone of an ancient beast. He threw Zichen in front of the old tortoise. Senior, how are you? I have a treasure pill here. Zichen hurried forward and took out the treasure pill. The old tortoise shook its head. There was a gentle smile in its eyes. This is something that belongs to you humans. It's useless to me. The old tortoise's voice was weak and powerless. Chapter 574. No, it must be useful. Seeing the old tortoise's aura getting weaker and weaker, Zichen became anxious. He took out the only 2 pills he had left and used his energy to shatter them. They all merged into the old tortoise's body through its wounds. To a human, the pills contained extremely rich vitality. They could revive the dead. However, in the body of the old tortoise, the vitality was pitifully weak. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. No! Zichen roared loudly. The energy in his body crazily surged toward the old tortoise. Human, this is useless. The old tortoise will die sooner or later. You should take us to find the true blood ancient beasts. The group of ancient beasts mocked. Don't even think about it. Zichen turned his head and glared at the group of ancient beasts. He said coldly, if he dies, all of you will die. All of us will die. Ha ha, Human, are you joking? I, Chen, swear to the heavens that if he dies, I will bury all of you old things with him. I will also kill all the ancient beasts here. Chen's eyes were already red. His heart was completely filled with anger. Every word he said was sonorous and forceful. It was both an oath and a curse. Underground, the spirit-devouring rat trembled when it heard the tremors from above. Beside it, the giant egg was constantly devouring the ancient beast's corpse. Obviously, it knew how powerful the beasts above were, so it was carefully devouring them. Ribbons of light flew out from the egg and pierced into the giant beast's body. The giant beast's super-strong defense was as soft as tofu in front of the egg. While devouring, the egg tried its best to control the energy so that it wouldn't leak out. At the same time, it only absorbed the energy of the giant beast's lower body. As for the upper body that was exposed outside, it didn't touch it. As a large amount of essence was devoured, the life energy in the egg also became stronger. The egg only devoured half of the first ancient beast's corpse before it gave up. Instead, the spirit-devouring rat took it to the second ancient beast's corpse. This time, the egg began to tremble slightly. It was not far from breaking out of the shell. Chen's oath and curse were meaningless to the group of old antiques. Without super strength, all kinds of harsh words were useless, and would even invite ridicule. Human, take us to the true blood ancient beasts. Otherwise, you'll all die here. In your dreams. Even if I die, I won't let you get the primordial beasts. Chen's tone became even colder. You want to die? Very well, we'll fulfill your wish in a moment. One of the ancient beasts said coldly. The 2 elixirs and the energy that Chen had injected were almost ineffective. Old Tortoise's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and its life was in danger. Of the original 8 ancient beasts, 2 had been killed, leaving only 6. At some point in time, one of the ancient beasts had disappeared. Chen was intentionally stalling for time, and so was the ancient beast. Soon, a cold voice came from the depths. The true blood ancient beast is not in the depths. It must be on him. The other ancient beasts all looked at Chen with murderous intent in their eyes. Hand over the true blood ancient beast, or all of you will die. Chen stood up and glanced at the kings coldly. You want the true blood ancient beast? Very well, I'll give it to you now. Where is it? Hurry up and take it out. One of the ancient beasts urged. It's right there. Go and take it if you can. Chen pointed at the ancient beast that had died first. The group of ancient beasts turned their heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Clearly, they had thought of something. Damn it, you actually let it go underground. It must be devouring the ancient beast's energy. Amidst the exasperated voice, a burst of energy rushed out and hit the dead ancient beast. Then, there was a loud sound, and the ancient beast's body was sent flying. Only half of the ancient beast's body was left. As for the lower half, it had already dried up and lost all of its energy. Damn it, it must be down there. One of the ancient beasts pointed at the clear hole in the ground. Its voice was filled with anger. Boom. The next moment, there was the sound of violent energy fluctuations. The hole that was not big before had now become a deep pit under the bombardment of energy. The destructive energy swept and spread in the deep pit. However, there was no giant egg in the deep pit. There was only a round hole that led to another place. Oh no, it should be there. The other ancient beasts reacted instantly. They looked coldly at the second ancient beast that had died. Boom. Another violent explosion was heard as the second powerful ancient beast was smashed into smithereens by this energy blast. Blood rain, minced meat, and broken bones drifted in the air. The sudden explosion stunned all the ancient beasts. They weren't the ones who had launched the attack. Buzz. In the rain of blood, the void began to vibrate. The giant egg rushed out from the ground. Its body emitted thousands of rays of light. Each ray of light seemed to have materialized. When it landed on the blood rain and minced meat, it would instantly devour the energy contained within. At the same time, a powerful aura was released from the giant egg, as well as a vast true blood ancient beast's might. Damn it, this little thing is about to hatch. Quick, Stop it. The group of ancient beasts' expressions changed instantly. Then, they unleashed surging waves of energy that wreaked havoc on the giant egg. The giant egg vibrated in the void. Its body glowed brightly as it met the surging waves of energy. With loud explosions, the waves of energy were shattered by the giant egg. Boom! At the same time, the giant egg rushed through the waves of energy and hit the body of an ancient beast. Although it did not stick to the body and devour the ancient beast, it still sent it flying. It sent an ancient beast flying with a single attack. Clearly, it had devoured 1.5 ancient beast eggs, so its strength had increased again. Boom! Boom! The giant egg's body glowed. Then, it charged forward. This time, it was not controlled by Zichen. It relied entirely on the giant egg's own perception to charge at the group of ancient beasts. With loud explosions, the ancient beasts were sent flying. In just a few breaths' time, the sky was cleared. Such a scene brought about a deep shock. Almost all the people and beasts hiding in the horizon revealed looks of horror. Everyone, don't stop. Attack it with all your might. Don't let it hatch. The other 6 ancient beasts were dumbfounded. The giant egg was already so powerful even before it hatched. Once it hatched, wouldn't it be able to control the natural order? By then, wouldn't it only take a single thought to kill them? Boom! However, before they could unleash a powerful energy attack, the half-devoured ancient beast's corpse exploded once again. Blood, broken bones, and minced meat floated in the air again. Then, they were devoured by the giant egg. The vitality that emerged from the giant egg became even denser. Then, cracks began to appear on the giant egg, followed by cracking sounds. It's about to hatch. Senior, you must hold on. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very excited. At the same time, the energy in his body surged toward Old Tortoise's body. It's useless. My vitality is gone. Before I die, I'm already satisfied to be able to see the appearance of a true-blood ancient beast. Old Tortoise had become extremely weak. It was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. No, Senior, you can't die. The true-blood ancient beast should have a way to save you. Zichen shouted. Old Tortoise shook its head with difficulty and stopped talking. Its turbid eyes looked at the giant egg in the sky with anticipation. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave. Cracks appeared on the surface of the giant egg. As the cracks spread, a surge of life force was released from the giant egg. It was a sign that it was about to hatch. Break it. Hurry up and break it. The 6 powerful ancient beasts were all anxious. Their eyes turned red. They couldn't wait to break the giant egg. But when their powerful energy landed on the giant egg, not only did it not break, but it also became nourishment for the giant egg. Damn it. Could it be that it can still devour energy? Finally, a crack appeared on the giant egg. It spat out a ray of light. This ray of light filled the sky and lit up the entire space. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emerged from the ray of light. Under this pressure, the void began to distort and the sky shook. The appearance of the true-blood ancient beasts caused the world to change. The power of the rules in the entire ancient battlefield began to surge crazily. Rumble. A loud sound came from the heavens and the earth. It was like thousands of claps of thunder. Then, an endless amount of power of the rules appeared above the giant egg. It formed waves of energy and fell on the giant egg below. This is the power of the rules. When the 6 ancient beasts saw the power of the rules, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their huge bodies couldn't help but tremble. The rules were the most terrifying existence in the ancient battlefield. They were fearless, but they were most afraid of the rules. The giant egg successfully attracted the rules and began to devour the power of the rules. Their next attack didn't contain any destructive energy. Instead, when they came into contact with the rules, the destructive energy turned into energy nutrients and was devoured by the giant egg. Above the firmament, amidst the endless power of the natural order, there was also a dense vitality that surged madly towards the giant egg. At this moment, the entire ancient battlefield was shaking. A terrifying pressure shrouded the entire ancient battlefield. It was a pressure that came from the depths of the soul. All the ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground and welcomed their king in the lowest position. The birth of the true-blood ancient beasts required a huge amount of vitality. Even the rules couldn't provide all of this energy. Other than the power of life contained in the rules, it also required the pure vitality of the world. Boom! Boom! As though they had sensed the king's request and knew what the king needed, the bodies of the ancient beasts exploded one after another. A rich life force entered the void and gathered towards the giant egg under the influence of the power of the natural order. Chapter 575. In the outer region, under the power of the rules, ancient beasts exploded one after another, providing the giant egg with pure life energy. In the area where the giant egg was located, the bodies of several ancient beast kings suddenly exploded without warning, turning into the purest life energy. In addition, the bodies of more ancient beasts in this area also exploded. All the life energy gathered together, forming a substantial torrent of life energy that appeared from the void, sprinkling down on the giant egg below. Life energy, what a rich life energy! Seeing the rich life energy sprinkled on the giant egg converging into a river, Zichen's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had seen hope. Then, ignoring the power of the rules of destruction that rippled around the giant egg, he rushed toward the giant egg. As soon as Zichen's figure rose into the air, the power of the rules in the sky distorted, and then a giant hand of the rules of destruction appeared, slamming towards Zichen. This was the pure power of the rules. Its appearance meant that there was an existence that violated the rules in this area. Obviously, this existence was Zichen, who wanted to take the torrent of life energy. If such a blow landed on Zichen, he would undoubtedly die. Buzz. Seeing that the giant hand of rules was about to hit Zichen, the giant egg in the sky suddenly trembled. After a tremor, a ripple spread out from the giant egg, directly toward the giant hand of rules. Wherever the ripple passed, the giant hand of energy directly collapsed. During this period, Zichen did not hesitate and rushed straight up. Even when he saw the giant hand of rules appear, his figure did not stop at all, directly rushing toward the torrent of life above the giant egg. After the previous rule was destroyed by a ripple from the giant egg, it did not appear again, and no other rule came to kill Zichen. The pure torrent of life energy was surging with momentum, like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven descending from the sky. Zichen's golden palm moved in front of him, and streaks of extreme energy rushed out, forcibly separating from the giant torrent of life energy and sprinkling it toward the dying old tortoise. However, such a rich torrent of life energy dissipated into nothingness before it could fall on the old tortoise. How could this be? Zichen's widened eyes were filled with doubt. After that, he once again used his ultimate energy to divert the torrent of life. However, just like before, the torrent of life dissipated in mid-air before it could land on old tortoise. However, this time, Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual senses to discover the problem with the torrent of life. Within the torrent of life, he sensed a will. The general meaning of this will was that this was the life energy given to the king. Apart from the king, no one could absorb it. Naturally, Zichen could not accept this result. Old Tortoise's life was in danger, and he needed the life energy to save it. Zichen was unwilling to give up. He waved his golden palm once again, diverting the torrent of life once more. However, this was repeated several times, but it still didn't succeed. The will of the torrent was uncontrollable. "I don't believe it," Zichen shouted. His hair danced in anger as if he had gone mad. His golden palm kept waving in the torrent. This time, an even larger torrent of life was split. However, just like before, the torrent of life disappeared as soon as it fell. "It's useless. Don't waste this life energy. I've lived for countless years, and I'm already very satisfied to be able to see the appearance of a true-blood ancient beast before I die." The old tortoise's voice was weak, but its tone was full of calmness toward life and death. "No, Senior, I won't let you die. I said that I'll take you out and show you the outside world." Zichen shouted crazily. He was unwilling to give up. Golden light kept flashing between his palms, trying to divert the torrent of life, even if it was just a little bit. The giant egg had reached an important stage of its birth, and obviously, it couldn't help Zi Chen at this moment. After repeated attempts to no avail, the crazy Zi Chen finally came to his senses. He knew that this method wouldn't work. After that, he directly wrapped the torrent of life with his golden energy. Using the ultimate energy and his powerful spiritual sense, he controlled this energy so that it wouldn't flow away. Then, he let the old tortoise absorb it. However, just like before, even a little bit of life energy had its own will. Other than the king, no other ancient beast could absorb it. I don't believe it. Zi Chen looked up at the sky and roared. His expression became ferocious because of his craziness. So what if it has its own will? I'll destroy you alive. The silver heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi Chen's back. Streams of silver energy flowed. This was something from outside the ancient battlefield. Zi Chen hoped to use this silver energy to suppress the will in the torrent of life energy. With the help of the silver energy, ultimate energy, and spiritual sense, Zi Chen barely suppressed the will in the torrent of life energy. He flashed in front of the old tortoise and covered the old tortoise's wound with this energy before it dissipated. This was pure life energy. It came from a group of ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield. It was a product of this rule. Under this life energy, the old tortoise's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, there was only one stream of life energy. Its effect was limited and negligible. However, as long as it was useful, it was fine. Zi Chen's eyes began to shine. His eyes were filled with hope again. The heavenly thunder wings on his back opened up and vibrated again. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he instantly appeared in front of the torrent of life energy. With the addition of the 3 streams of energy, he once again suppressed a stream of energy and flashed back for the old tortoise to absorb. This process repeated. Although the old tortoise's life energy didn't increase because of this energy, it didn't weaken either. This proved that it was effective. The hatching of the giant egg triggered the rule of heaven and earth. At this moment, the power of the rule of destruction kept surging around it. At this moment, it was simply a pipe dream for the group of old antiques to refine the giant egg again. During this period of time, the destructive attacks they launched were transformed by the surrounding power of the rule of destruction before they could land on the giant egg. The destructive attacks were turned into energy nourishment for the giant egg and were directly absorbed by the giant egg. With the rule of protection, the 6 ancient beasts' eyes were filled with shock. The hatching of the true blood ancient beast was a foregone conclusion. Their hearts were filled with fear. In the sky, the torrent of life energy kept falling. The giant egg was madly devouring and absorbing this energy. As more and more energy was absorbed, the cracks on the giant egg became more obvious. In the end, they spread to the entire surface of the giant egg. The light emitted from the cracks illuminated the entire world. Moreover, the terrifying power was even more terrifying. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were waiting for the birth of the true blood ancient beast. The true blood ancient beast could be born at any time. The ancient beasts no longer hesitated. They made the decision to escape almost instantly. Then, they turned around and fled. Streams of light flashed as they rushed toward the entrance that they had forcefully broken open. Bang! The cracks on the giant egg had spread to the limit. Then, with a loud sound, the giant egg exploded. This was not a real giant egg. Instead, it was a type of pure energy. After it shattered, it turned into nothingness and dissipated from the world. The giant egg shattered. A wave of heaven overflowing vicious might engulfed this area. A true blood ancient beast appeared. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, releasing rumbling sounds. The power of laws surged on the surface of its body. A true king appeared in the ancient battlefield. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded in the world. Within the dragon's roar, there was a deep tiger's roar. A glowing figure appeared in the giant egg that had exploded. It was only 3 meters in size. Its body emitted a dazzling light like a dazzling golden sun. The ferocious power that surged around it made the ancient antiques who had lived for thousands of years tremble. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the sky. They were all staring at the dazzling golden sun. When the golden light dimmed, they could finally see the true blood ancient beast's appearance. It was only 3 meters tall, but it had the legendary dragon head, tiger body, dragon tail, and tiger claws. It was an indescribably powerful creature. The dragon head was ferocious, mighty, and domineering. The tiger body was covered in golden scales. The 4 tiger claws were extremely sharp. The long dragon tail was filled with pure power. What is this? When they saw the mysterious true blood ancient beast, not only were the humans dumbfounded, but even the ancient beasts were confused. Clearly, they had never seen or heard of such a creature. Could this be the legendary Longhu sovereign? The week-old tortoise's eyes suddenly widened. They were filled with shock. As for the other ancient beasts, they seemed to have realized something as well. All of them were terrified to the extreme. The Longhu sovereign was known as the strongest ancient beast. He was a true supreme existence. He was the king of the ancient beasts. Roar. The dragon roar was accompanied by the deep roar of a tiger. The majesty of a true blood ancient beast spread out. The emergence of a true blood ancient beast revealed the majesty of a king. At this moment, all the ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield prostrated themselves. Even the ancient antiques had no choice but to lower their proud heads. The Longhu sovereign was known as the strongest. Now that it had the power of laws, all the ancient antiques' faces turned ashen. After the resonant dragon roar, a cold light flashed in the Longhu sovereign's eyes. He didn't make any movements, but just a glance at the passage ahead caused the power of laws to surge. Then, the passage that led to this place instantly closed. In an instant, the power of laws appeared and the passage closed. The Longhu sovereign didn't wait for the crowd to reveal their astonishment as he coldly swept his gaze over an ancient beast that was at the level of an ancient artifact. Previously, when Longhu sovereign had appeared, the power of the natural order had landed on them and rendered them immobile. Now that the power of the natural order had appeared again and landed on the ancient beasts, they couldn't help but howl in despair. Light surged around its body as it tried to struggle and break free from the restraint of the power of laws. Unfortunately, it was only an ancient beast of this world. It wasn't an existence like the old demonic ape. Its struggle was futile. In just a few breaths' time, the ancient beast lost its life. With a glance, the passage was closed. With another glance, the ancient beast was killed. Chapter 576. With just a glance, the Longhu sovereign had killed an ancient beast at the level of an antique, completely shocking the other ancient beasts. The ancient beast's body fell from the sky after its death. However, before its huge body could land on the ground, the ancient beast's body suddenly exploded. A strong life force emerged from the exploded corpse, forming a torrent of life force that surged towards the dying old tortoise. The first thing the Longhu sovereign did when he appeared was to save the old tortoise. The old tortoise's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye when all the life force of an ancient beast entered its body. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on its body were completely healed. Such a scene stunned everyone. However, it wasn't over yet. The Longhu sovereign's gaze fell on the second ancient beast. This time, he didn't use his eyes to kill. Instead, he roared, "Soul deprivation." The power of laws appeared once again as his voice sounded. The eyes of the ancient beast instantly slackened as a pure soul consciousness flew out from its body. This soul consciousness was still in the form of an ancient beast, but it was forcibly extracted by the Longhu sovereign. Furthermore, the Longhu sovereign's soul deprivation had directly obliterated the consciousness within the soul, turning it into the purest soul power. The old tortoise's injuries had already completely healed, but its soul flame was still very weak due to the heavy injuries it had suffered. Now that it had a complete ancient beast soul, the old tortoise's soul flame quickly burned fiercely. After a few breaths, the old tortoise, which had been on the verge of death, was brimming with vitality. Its eyes were filled with disbelief as it respectfully said to the Longhu sovereign in the sky, "Thank you for saving me, Longhu sovereign." "No need to thank me. I saved you because you saved me." This was the first time the Longhu sovereign had spoken. Although his voice was a little immature, the majesty of a supreme beast didn't diminish. From the moment the Longhu sovereign had appeared to the other party killing 2 ancient beasts with a single glance and a single word, Chen hadn't spoken to him yet. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. His heart was incomparably excited. We're rich. We're really rich. Monk, who was far away in the horizon, instantly flew over when he saw that the situation was settled. He put his arm around Chen's shoulder and pretended to be very familiar with him. He looked at Longhu Sovereign and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Did you see that? He killed 2 ancient beasts in an instant and can even control the laws of heaven and earth here. We've really picked up a treasure. My previous investment has paid off." It was indeed a great harvest. With Longhu Sovereign around, they could do whatever they wanted in the ancient battlefield. They could kill any ancient beast they wanted without any fear. Previously, in order to hatch the Longhu Supreme Beast, he had used up all of his harvest from the ancient battlefield. However, those were only small losses. The complete ancient beast that had lost its soul was more than enough to make up for all of his losses. This was a true supreme treasure. The value of a single drop of blood far exceeded that of a single drop of essence liquid. We're really rich. Chen nodded with an excited expression. He seemed to be imagining himself leading a real blood ancient beast to every corner of the ancient battlefield. However, Chen looked at Monk and said indifferently, "Even if we're rich, I'm the one who's rich. What does it have to do with you? You." Monk was furious when he heard that. He glared and shouted in a low voice, "How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Chen rolled his eyes. Wang Shan and the rest also rushed over quickly. However, compared to Monk's excitement, they were more shocked in their hearts. Longhu Sovereign. I didn't expect the first real blood ancient beast to appear in the ancient battlefield to be Longhu Sovereign. Old Tortoise had already recovered. His original body was hidden in the void and the old man's clone was revealed. His expression was still excited and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Senior, what's Longhu Sovereign? Is he very strong?" Chen asked doubtfully. When the others heard that, they also looked at the old man. Longhu Sovereign is known as the king of the ancient beasts. How can he not be strong? The old man's eyes were still filled with shock. There's only one pureblood ancient beast and it's unique. Its combat strength is unbelievably strong. Just like the lightning snake, the horned hound, and the golden lion, they represent the strongest combat strength. However, there's also a king and a ruler among the pureblood ancient beasts. The ruler is Longhu Sovereign. When Chen and the rest heard that, they instantly understood and were stunned. Pureblood ancient beasts were already extremely powerful existences. Every single one of them was unique in the world and represented extraordinary combat strength. However, no one expected that there would be a ruler among the pureblood ancient beasts. And this ruler was right in front of them. It was just like in a place where countless super experts existed, there would always be a ruler who would appear and rule over them. Bring him out. We must bring him out. Monk became even more excited after hearing everything about Longhu Sovereign. Bring a king sovereign, an extremely powerful ancient beast, and a thieving rat that's born to seek treasures. Our plan to establish a force won't have to worry about it anymore. The 6th force of Chaos City will belong to us in the future. Monk transmitted his voice excitedly. Chen's heart was no longer calm. The appearance of Longhu Sovereign, who could control the laws, meant that everything had come to an end. The group of ancient beasts were only ancient beasts and didn't have the strength to resist the laws. They had no combat strength in front of Longhu Sovereign. Therefore, they began to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign, we know our mistakes. Please let us go. We were too greedy. We hope that Longhu Sovereign will spare our lives. We have eyes but fail to see. I hope that Longhu Sovereign can give us a way out. The 4 ancient beasts displayed the lowest attitude and continued to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign stood in the air, surrounded by the power of the laws. His eyes were cold as he replied with a single word, "Strip." The souls of the 4 ancient beasts instantly left their bodies, and their life force vanished. Their enormous corpses slammed into the ground, emitting muffled booms. As for the pure soul power that had left their bodies, it was directly devoured by Longhu Sovereign. In the distance, all the ancient beasts were shocked when they saw this scene. This was especially so for the other king-level ancient beasts. They were terrified to the extreme. Longhu Sovereign turned his head and glanced at the ancient beasts in the sky. Then, he spat out another word, strip. He was stripping their lives. In the next moment, apart from Old Tortoise and Spirit-Devouring Rat, the other ancient beast souls were destroyed and they died. Clearly, this supreme being beast was a decisive existence. Its ice-cold eyes swept over the rest of the humans once again. The faces of the humans changed drastically. Clearly, this supreme beast king wanted to kill them all. Forget it. These are humans, not ancient beasts. They're useless to us. Zichen finally spoke. Longhu Sovereign nodded and withdrew his cold eyes. At the same time, he shouted, "Scram!" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules appeared. All the humans were transported to another area. Wow, wow, wow. Supreme Beast. Good job. A simple word could destroy the enemy. The power of the rules was at its fingertips. Tyrant was extremely excited and called out as if he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tyrant finished speaking, the supreme beast in the sky blacked out and fell to the ground. The old man shot out a ray of energy at the right time and supported the supreme beast. "Senior, what's going on? It's not dead, right?" Tyrant was even more nervous than Zichen. The old man shook his head and chuckled, "It's fine. The supreme beast has just been born and is still very weak. It's just exhausted from constantly using the power of the rules." Zichen also nodded. He had already sensed the abnormality of Longhu Sovereign. It has just been born and is still very weak. Everyone was speechless at the old man's evaluation. If a weak Longhu Sovereign could kill an ancient beast, what would happen if it wasn't weak? Longhu Sovereign had just consumed a lot of energy and needed to recuperate. This area had been completely sealed. If they wanted to open it, they would need Longhu Sovereign to wake up. Hence, Tyrant, Wang Shan, Wang Qiong, Lu Peng and the others flew in all directions and began to collect the corpses of the ancient beasts. Only their souls were destroyed. Their bodies were intact. They were like ancient beasts that had fallen into a deep slumber. Their value was even higher. These ancient beasts were enough to make up for their previous losses. As for the 5 ancient beasts, they were still not counted. Tyrant was grinning from ear to ear as he collected the ancient beasts' corpses. These things were enough for them to undergo several baptisms and increase their strength. The biggest winner in the ancient battlefield this time was none other than them. Zichen had been guarding in front of Longhu Sovereign. He didn't pick up the ancient beasts' corpses, nor did he have any intention of taking them away. After staying here for more than a year, it was obvious that the opening of this place was not far away. Next, they just had to wait to leave this area. However, Zichen would have to fight against the power of the rules again if he wanted to bring the old man and the spirit-devouring rats out. Therefore, he wouldn't bring anything valuable with him. He wouldn't even participate in the upcoming baptisms. 2 hours later, Longhu Sovereign woke up. Compared to the existence that killed the ancient beasts with a single sentence, Longhu Sovereign who had withdrawn his aura now looked more like an ancient beast. Zichen called everyone back and introduced them to Longhu Sovereign Beast. "Right, what's your name?" Zichen suddenly asked. He still didn't know Longhu Sovereign Beast's name. Longhu Sovereign Beast shook his head, indicating that he didn't have a name. "Haha, I'll give you one since you don't have a name. Why don't we call you Evil Good Dragon?" Tyrant was the first to speak. It was quite impressive to give Longhu Sovereign a name. "No, it should be Wang Dalong or Wang Dahu. Look, it's not small at all," Wang Shan said. Following that, everyone gave their suggestions and chattered non-stop. Longhu Sovereign Beast, who was still a little unfamiliar with them, soon became familiar with them. "Forget it, let's call it Longhu like the demonic ape. It's simpler and more direct." Zichen made the final decision. Longhu Sovereign Beast had no objection to it and gladly accepted it.